Good afternoon and welcome to today's proceedings of the National Assembly, this being the 6th day of November 2018. This afternoon there are a number of questions which will be asked by various members, and the questions include the number one, the member of Lafay constituency, Honorable Abdi Mude Ibrahim, will ask the Cabinet Secretary for Education to consider recruiting more teachers from counties in the northeastern region to ease the shortage of teachers being experienced in schools in the region. The Member of Parliament for Wundanyi constituency, Honorable Danson Moshako, will ask the Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Youth and Gender Affairs when will the Ministry make payments to technical vocational education and training institutions for the training of National Youth Service recruits that are referred to undertake specialized courses, and also could the Cabinet Secretary provide a list of all TVETs who have not been paid and the said funds to date and amount owed to each institution, and what measures is the Ministry putting in place to ensure that the payments to the said institutions are not delayed further, to ensure that the running of these institutions is not adversely affected as a result of debt. The Member of Parliament for Bonchari constituency, Honorable John Oro Oyoka, will ask the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development about the construction status of Suneka Airstrip in Kisii County. This particular question will be replied before the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. The Member of Parliament for Kadhiani constituency, Honorable Robert Mbui, will ask the Cabinet Secretary for Education about the recently introduced education curriculum 26333 and when will it be implemented, and also how the ministry is prepared to address challenges that may arise during implementation of the curriculum, such as challenges facing the grade 3 pupils transitioning to grade 4, and also what informed the ministry's decision to end parent visiting days in boarding schools and midterm breaks during the third term of the school calendar. Those particular questions will be replied before the Departmental Committee on Education and Research. The member for Kajiado North constituency, Honorable Joseph Manje, will ask the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock whether or not the Cabinet Secretary is aware that the slow inspection of fertilizer for flower farming at the port of Mombasa has resulted in huge shortage and increase of prices in the market, and that this has negatively affected flower farming activities, and also what measures has the ministry put in place to ensure that fertilizer is available to flower farmers within the time required. The reply to this particular question will be made available before the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock. The member for Westlands constituency, Honorable Timothy Wanyonyi, will ask the Cabinet Secretary for Education to confirm whether the free primary education program is still in place, and if so, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why some public primary schools are still charging admission fees as well as fees for other school activities. The reply to this particular question will be before the Departmental Committee on Education and Research. The member for Westlands constituency will also ask the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development on why the construction of Northern Bypass Road stalled. If you're just joining us, these are live pictures from the National Assembly chambers. There is some activity at the door. The business of the day is about to commence, and on your screen is the Deputy Speaker Moses Chiboy taking a bow, ready to oversee business this afternoon. There are a number of businesses that the House will be transacting, among them one motion which will be voted upon as well as a number of bills which will be debated for the second reading as well as third reading.
Pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of important trust in this republic. Let your blessing descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberations in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. I confirm that we have the required quorum, and therefore business will begin.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Under that particular order, just a minute. Next order, and there was a petition that I was going to convey, but as soon as it's ready, I will proceed and convey it. But let's move to the next order.
Order number 5, papers.
This particular order, we have the leader of Majority Party. I think this time represented by the Deputy Leader. Honorable Jimmy Angwenyi, are you ready, or who is it presenting on behalf of? Honorable Jimmy Angwenyi, you have a big bundle with you, and I'm sure those are papers that you want to present.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to lay the following papers on the table of Parliament. The retirement benefits, post-retirement medical fund, guidelines 2018, legal notice number 192 of 2018, and the explanatory memorandum thereof. Utachukua? Naweka wapi?
Just read the paper. Yeah, just read the paper. Just read the paper.
Ah, yeah.
Here, this one.
Yeah. The retirement benefits, good governance practices guidelines 2018, legal notice number 193 of 2018, and the explanatory memorandum the Public Finance Management, Sports, Arts, and Social Development Regulations 2018, legal notice number 194 of 2018, and the explanatory memorandum. Report of Board of the National Government Constituency Development Fund on project proposals approval, disbursement status, restrictions imposed on the constituency accounts for the first quarter of 2018-2019 financial year for the period July 1 to 30th September 2018. Reports of the Auditor General and the financial statements in respect of the following constituencies for the year ended 30th June 2017 and certificate therein: Juja, Igembe North, Kiaru, Kigumo, North Imenti, Vavi, Kirinyaga Central, Kandara, Ndia, Kitui West, Lavi, and Githunguri. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Where are they?
Very well. Now the documents can be laid on the
Umempati
table.
huyu apeleke.
And next is Honorable Amos Kimunya.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House. Today, the Tuesday, the 6th of November 2018, report on attendance of the National Conference of State Legislatures, 2018 Legislative Summit held in Los Angeles, California, from July 30th to August the 2nd, 2018.
Very well. Next is the Chairperson, Public Investment Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, November 6, 2018, the 22nd report of the Public Investment Committee on the audit financial statements of state corporations.
Very well. And we move to the next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Again, the chairperson, and what is happening with it? You know, you cannot take selfies in the House, Honorable Andai. I understand, of course, that you have a very close working relationship as chairs of the investigation committees. But proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give the notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the 22nd report of the Public Investment Committee on audited financial statements for state corporations laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, November 6th, 2018.
Okay, very well. Now let's move to the next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
So we'll start with the questions. And starting off will be the member for Lafay, Honorable Abdi Mude. There's a problem with your mic there, so you may need to go to the next one. Yes, you have it now. In the next one. The next. The next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the national government consider recruiting?
I would like you to move in this manner, that you must be, of course, asking a question to a particular cabinet secretary. Then you proceed to ask the question.
I need to ask the Cabinet Secretary for Education.
Correct.
Could the national government consider recruiting more teachers from counties in the northern region to ease the shortage of teachers being experienced in schools in the region? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. That question will be replied before the Departmental Committee on Education and Research. Next will be the member for Wundanyi, Honorable Danson Mwashako.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask a question to the Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Youth and Gender Affairs. A, when will the ministry make payments to technical and vocational education and training institutes, TVETs, for the training of the National Youth Service recruits that are referred to undertake specialized courses? B, could the Cabinet Secretary provide a list of all TVETs who have not been paid the said funds to date and amount owed to each institution? C, what measures is the ministry putting in place to ensure that the payments of the said institutions are not delayed further, to ensure that the running of these institutions are not adversely affected as a result of the debts? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. That one will be replied before the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. Next will be the member for Bonchari, Honorable Oyoka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. What is the construction status of Sunega Airstrip in Kisii County? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. That one will be replied before the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. Next member to ask the question will be Honorable Member for Kadhiani, Honorable Robert Mbui. Honorable Mbui. I don't see the member. Therefore, the question is dropped. Next will be Honorable Tim Wanyonyi, member for Westlands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask question number 118 of 2018, the Cabinet Secretary for Education. Could the Cabinet Secretary confirm whether the free primary education program is still in place? B, if so, could she explain why some public primary schools are still charging admission fees as well as fees for other school activities? Mr. Speaker, I have the second question, number 119 of 2018.
Okay, proceed for, that will be fine. Proceed. Proceed, Honorable Wanyonyi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask the question, the Cabinet Secretary for Transport and Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the construction of Northern Bypass Road has stalled, and when is the construction work expected to resume, and when is it expected to be completed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. The first question you asked, Honorable Wanyonyi, will be answered before the Committee on Education and Research, and the one which you've just asked now will be answered before the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. And I realize there is one which we skipped, that is the one by Honorable Manje. Honorable Manje, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask the question to the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock and ask, is the Cabinet Secretary aware that the thorough inspection of fertilizer for flower farming at the port of Mombasa has resulted in huge shortage and increase of prices in the market, and that this has negatively affected flower farming activities in the country? 2, what measures has the ministry put in place to ensure that fertilizer is available to flower farmers within the time required?
Very well. That question will be answered before the department, it will be replied before the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock. And then lastly on the questions is the one by Honorable Dan Maanzo, member for Makueni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the Cabinet Secretary for Education, question number 123 of 2018. How will the recent introduced new curriculum 26333 be implemented? What is the status of implementation and preparedness by the ministry in ensuring smooth rolling out of new curriculum in terms of teacher training, technologies such as National Education Management Information System, NEMIS, and availability of books and other learning materials? C, was the new curriculum subjected to public participation, scrutiny, and approval by relevant stakeholders? Mr. Speaker.
Very well. That one will be answered, of course, before the Departmental Committee on Education and Research. And that marks the end of the question time. And we move to the statements. And on statements, we have Honorable Ben Jomo Ashiali.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to put this statement and request if it could be considered for 0 hour, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 43, I wish to make a statement regarding government's cash transfer program for the elderly, popularly known as Pesa kwa Wazee. Honorable Speaker, it is a few years since the government started this program for the elderly persons aged 70 and above who are entitled to a bi-monthly stipend of 2,000 shillings. However, residents in various areas of the country and in Kakamega County in particular are not fully benefiting from this stipend. There is a general fear among Kenyans that this could be a brewing scandal in the Department of Social Protection under the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection in place to ensure regular, predictable disbursements of funds, reduce inconveniences, and curb corruption in the disbursement. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. And like I had requested earlier, if we could consider this statement to be debated by members of this House during the 0 hour. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What is it, Honorable Leader of Majority? I see you complain.
Speaker, if you look at the standing order, I don't have it off mind, on statements, it doesn't give you the leeway for debate to ensue. And if you allow me, I can look at that standing order.
You can use standing order number 1.
Honorable Speaker, my deputy is making noise. No. And he is the oldest in this house. He has lived
That's
here
why
for...
I make noise.
So...
Unfortunately,
so look at the standing order.
Unfortunately, both of you are... well, you are not out of order initially, Honorable Duale, but when you said your deputy is making noise, members don't make noise. They only consult aloud. Now, but Honorable Jimmy Angwenyi was referring to standing order number 1. Yes. And for sure, you know Honorable Angwenyi, and you know you are one of the denosaurs of this House. The people who have been here very long enough. That standing order number 1 is only used when it is not specifically provided for in the standing order itself. So when there is any provision that, brings forth how, how these issues must be transacted, my hands are tied. I do not use standing order number 1. So what is it, Jimmy?
Speaker, sir, standing order number 1 allows the Speaker to override any other standing order. It allows you to override any other standing order. It's not restricted.
No, that is...
So it allows you to override the standing order that my leader is referring to.
Well, it's very interesting that I see a very healthy exchange between the leader and his deputy. But of course, Honorable Jimmy Angwenyi is wrong. Standing order number 1 is very clear. It can only be utilized when there is no provisions guiding it. When there is a specific provisions, well, we proceed and use it. I do not override it at all. Just to what is it, Honorable Member for Endebess? And then I hear, yes.
Mr. Speaker, the matter that has been raised by Honorable Ashali is a very weighty matter. It's a matter that is of public concern. It's a matter that is of public concern, especially when it comes to disbursement of funds to the elderly in this country. And I want to support the Honorable Deputy Majority Leader. You know, he's elderly and is actually concerned about the other elderly people in this country. So you could allow us to ventilate on this matter, Mr. Speaker.
Now, even if I were to, what I do not agree with you at all, Honorable Dr. Pukose, is to say Honorable Jimmy is elderly. Of course, I can tell you I know that very well. I've seen him in this house for a very long time. But Honorable Jimmy Angwenyi is here representing his constituency, which includes, if he was a nominated member, I would have said his specific interest is in the elderly. But he represents his constituency, and he does it very well. So let me hear Honorable Dr. Wamalwa. And then, yes, I will get one more member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is indeed true. What Honorable Ashali has raised is something very, very important. The constituencies that we come from, Mr. Speaker, the elderly people do not get their money, Mr. Speaker. And this is a group that is very, very vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, we do know very well, standing order number 1, it gives you discretion on matters which are not provided for. But it doesn't harm, Mr. Speaker, the request that Honorable Ashali had put in place, Mr. Speaker, because as per our standing orders, we have a provision for 0 hour, which is also called a happy hour, Mr. Speaker. So in that connection, Mr. Speaker, we humbly request you, Mr. Speaker, to rule so that we can discuss this matter of these elderly funds when that particular time, Mr. Speaker, comes. Because the elderly people, Mr. Speaker, are really suffering. So we humbly request you, because you have a provision for a happy hour or 0 hour, so that we discuss matter, it's of national importance, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you.
Now, even as I proceed to consider what you are saying, Honorable Wamalwa, Honorable Dr. Wamalwa, let us remove the issues of happy hour from here. You know, happy hour is completely different. And you and you know where the happy hour is domiciled. It is definitely not in the August House. Honorable Wangwe. Okay, use whatever you want to use, Honorable. There is the next one.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the way Honorable Ashali has put it, it's affecting actually from the beginning Kakamega County as a whole, where my constituency lies, and it's very, very true that we have that challenge. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, the way my colleagues have also said, we kindly request that you use standing order number 1, which is yours, and you are the best one to use it.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Wangwe, I will not use standing order number 1, definitely. I will use standing order number 43-1.
Thank you very much for your wisdom.
Standing order 43-1, then it makes sense. But if it is number 1, I am not going to use it.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand guided, and I seek that you help us shed more light on what is happening as far as the fund is concerned. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
So this is what Standing Order 43.1 says. It says, notwithstanding Standing Order 30, which is hours of meeting, the Speaker shall interrupt the business of the House every Tuesday, 6:30 p.m., to facilitate members to make general statements of topical concern. I can explore that one, but I will not explore the first one, because that one will be, will be actually out of order itself. So, yes, what is it, Honorable Leader of Majority?
The Speaker, as you made that, you about to make that ruling, then you have to make a choice between referring this matter to the 0 hour, or this matter, as the majority whip has requested, be referred to a committee, and the committee chair to give a statement.
Maybe that makes sense.
So between the two, where do we go? Do we refer to?
I was going to ask that specific question to the majority whip. Now, Honorable Ashali, let's be clear before I make up my mind. Are you proceeding in the manner you are asking, or you want to have this dispensed with at a 0 hour?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Be specific.
Mr. Speaker, this is my 12th year in this House, and I know exactly what I am requesting the Speaker to accept that we put this as 0 hour so that all the members can ventilate, because, Mr. Speaker, this is not an issue only in Kakamega County or Mumias East, the constituency I represent.
Okay.
So I wanted to request members to ventilate, and after that we go to another step.
Then you have answered actually the question of the majority leader. If it is a 0 hour, I grant it.
Thank you.
So 6:30 it will be. Today. Now let's go to the next member. That is, what was it? Yes, Honorable Ntoimaga.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, this matter has already been canvassed. I brought a petition in this House, not in a long months before, and the petition was referred to the committee. And the committee went around, actually. They came to Samburu. They put a very strong report. Maybe it is the ministry, the CS and his administration, who are not actually serious on the matter, because the report is already there. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, it's a very weighty matter. Elderly people and even disabled actually are suffering, even after that report has been written and tabled in this House.
Okay.
People in my place, people travel for long distances. Banks are not honoring payment properly. And you know, these elderly people, the elderly people in this country, they depend on that money. When you are elderly, you only require food and health care.
Okay.
So it's a weighty matter, and we need to converse again.
I agree with you, Honorable Lentoimaga, but you see, I've already made that, I've acceded to the request by the majority whip. And in my opinion, it really, it doesn't harm anybody if a serious matter is canvassed even in a different manner. Of course, you have the avenue yourself where you can approach the Committee on Implementation if the matter has been dispensed with, and in any case, I'm sure you are even in that committee yourself. So that is something which you can pursue in that particular committee. But let's discuss this at 6:30. There will be no harm, absolutely. No harm. So, who are you clarifying? What are you clarifying? Proceed. Next, Honorable Tindi Mwale. Honorable Tindi Mwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Where are you? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, you know, Honorable Mwale, I'm so used to you sitting to my left. So I'm not so sure whether you have, well, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give a 0 hour statement. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 43, I wish to make a statement regarding the state of insecurity in Butere sub-county. Honorable Speaker, the level of insecurity in Butere is alarming, occasioned by the emergence of an armed group calling itself 42 Brothers, comprising of members aged between 15 and 25 years old. The gang...
I actually think your mic is not very audible. There must be a problem. Get to the next one, please. Yes, that would be fine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give a 0-hour statement. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 43-1, pursuant to Standing Order 43, I wish to make a statement regarding the state of insecurity in Butere sub-county. Honorable Speaker, the level of insecurity in Butere is alarming, occasioned by the emergence of an armed group calling itself by the name 42 Brothers, comprising of members aged between 15 and 25 years old. The gang has been terrorizing villagers for months and has killed at least 12 people and injured 40 others within the last 6 months, using crude weapons in its possession. The gang has left behind bodies with tongues, genitals, and eyes ripped off. Tension continues to be high in the area. There is urgent need for the government to act quickly to identify and capture members of this gang to bring an end to its quarrelsome activities and restore peace to the villages of Butere. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution is very clear on the responsibility of government. The primary responsibility of government, Mr. Speaker, is
now,
to offer protection.
Honorable Mwala, I don't want you to take too much time on it, because if at the end of the day it is approved, you will have an opportunity to, discuss. So once you have given us the gist of what you really want, it will be upon me to make a decision on whether this is a real topical issue that should be of concern, that we can interrupt the House at 6:30. So I think maybe you can just wind up.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, there is additional information which I wanted to bring to your attention.
Yes.
That on last Friday, we led a demonstration, a peaceful demonstration in Butere. And on Monday, which is yesterday, we held a security consultative meeting chaired by the Governor, His Excellency, the Governor of Kakamega, Wycliffe Ambetsa Oparanya, and we agreed on some resolutions. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to suggest that instead of putting it as a 0-hour statement, you refer it to the Committee of Internal Security and and Administration, and you give it top priority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Mwale, you had brought it well because you wanted 0-hour, and that was going to be easy for us to dispense with. But now you've changed, you want a referral which is only done on Thursdays or in any other manner prescribed. Because if you asked a question, it will be referred to the committee. If you ask for if you placed a petition before the House, it will be done. But now, if really you want us to refer it to the committee, then you'll have to wait until Thursday for us to make that decision. So for today, it's up to you to make a decision. And as far as I'm concerned, you look like you are more interested in the referral. So we will leave it for Thursday. Is that okay, Honorable Mwale?
Sorry, pardon, Mr. Speaker.
Is that okay? What
Sorry,
I'm saying is...
there's a lot of consultation, yeah. Yes.
Order members, let's give some attention to Honorable Mwale. So what I'm saying is you have to make a choice, one way or the other. You approach the Speaker with an intention to have a 0-hour. Now you have changed your mind, you want it to be referred. Which is the position that you are taking, the final position?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
0-hour or referral?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, initially, I took the 0-hour because there was no intervention. But since the governor has come in and he has already done one consultative meeting, I would suggest that we refer to the committee level.
Okay, that will not be done today, so we will proceed in the normal manner. So we will have to wait for you to make an approach again then we'll make that decision.
Thank you.
But that marks the end of the matter as far as the original approach was concerned. Who is this? Who is... What is it, Honorable Member?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I think this is Kenya National Assembly, and I don't think we have governors here. Mr. Speaker, can the honorable member tell us who he was referring to as a governor in this? Because if there was a governor here, then it could be a stranger in this house.
Well, obviously, I'm making an assumption that it must be his governor. Well, it couldn't be the governor of Central Bank, of course. But because it was a matter to do with security and his constituency. Now, and the member has made a decision that he would want the matter referred. Now, unfortunately, we cannot do it in the manner he has requested. So he'll have to approach us in the normal manner, which I'm sure he understands. So we really don't need to know who the governor or otherwise is concerned because the matter is already settled. When it comes back again, we will now at that point want to know all those details if they are necessary. So we proceed to the next order. Well, at this point, of course, I think I should give an opportunity to the Chair of Budget to make a brief statement on an issue, I think, which also touches, and I see happily we have the Chair Transport, because I'm sure he would be interested in responding to this, because it will affect the order of our business in the next few hours. Proceed, Honorable Ishungwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and for the opportunity, and as you rightly say, in relation to order number 12, when we move to the Committee of the Whole House on the Urban Areas and Cities Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 4 of 2017. Honorable Speaker, in relation to the amendments proposed by the committee, particularly the amendment that was proposed immediately after Clause 18, anew the Section 49 of the Principal Act, 49A and 49B and 49C, Honorable Speaker, having consulted with the Chair of the relevant departmental committee, we have agreed, Honorable Speaker, with the Chair, and he may concur, because this is a very weighty matter since it's the creation of a new fund. And you know, Honorable Speaker, in line with our standing orders and the Constitution, this then qualifies that amendment to make this bill a money bill. But in its original form, Honorable Speaker, the bill had not been marked as a money bill. But the import of that amendment would have made this bill become a money bill, and the matter has been forwarded to the Parliamentary Budget Office and also to the National Treasury, and therefore we have consulted with the Chair and agreed that we do, or rather the committee drops that particular amendment because of its very nature of making this bill a money bill, and before that it wasn't a money bill. Honorable Speaker, I'm sure the Chair Transport would concur and confirm that.
That is what would have come under order number 12, Committee of the Whole House. Okay, so let's hear from the Chair Transport Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, yes, indeed, we have agreed and consulted. Because then, Honorable Speaker, this was going to be a money bill, and therefore changes the whole spectrum of the bill, that it may start anew again. However, Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to urge you.
Order members, I understand, of course, that you have just resumed from the short recess. There might be excitement of meeting one another, but please, let's give opportunity to Chair to...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. But I want to take this opportunity, Speaker, to urge you so that you can also consult with your colleague in Senate, because what we have done with the chairman budget is to fast-track this bill, Honorable Speaker. But we are also asking what happens with bills from National Assembly that are sitting in Senate, and we don't know what's going to happen. And particularly, Speaker, I am concerned because I have a bill there. I have roads bill 2017 and 2018. And Speaker, that bill is so important in terms of sharing revenue between national government and county government on roads. So, Mr. Speaker, as we fast-track their bills, in withdrawing my amendments today, Speaker, it should be the same spirit also in Senate so that they can conclude that bill for the benefit of our country, Honorable Speaker. I thank you.
Okay, that is hard. Leader of Majority, Honorable Duale. Honorable Duale, would you want to have a shot on this? Because you see, basically, you are actually the major stakeholder here.
No, Honorable Speaker, I just want to confirm that Chair Budget and Chair Transport, what they have said is a position, and when we go to the Committee of the Whole House, the Chair Transport will drop that amendment.
Okay, that being the case, then we will have no hurdle dealing with the Committee of the Whole House when the time comes, because had it not happened, we would of course have given them more time to consult and see that we do not offend Article 114 of the Constitution and also our own standing orders by discussing matters which have money implication without involving the Treasury. So I think that's a very good way of handling matters where chairs can be able to consult and come with way forward and make things easier for the House. So when that time comes, we will proceed. And of course, Honorable Chair, Transport Committee will drop his amendments, and therefore will proceed smoothly. Now, on the issue of Senate and the fact that your matter is pending there, I think we could lead by example. If we are able to process ours quickly, I'm sure with time they'll also be able to do it. And from the ordinary and local channels, we will see how we can discuss with our counterparts at the Senate to fast-track some of these bills that are before them. Next order.
Order number 8, motion. Report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Health Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 14 of 2018. Question to be put and third reading.
Leader of the Majority Party.
Honorable Speaker, I rise on Standing Order 40 as read together with the Standing Order 53, subsection 3, to request you to defer order number 8 in today's order paper to tomorrow afternoon. My request for deferment is informed of the fact that my office has received formal concerns regarding 2 items in the Health Laws Amendment Bill 2018, and that is 1, definition of the term pharmaceutical practitioners, and 2, the need to ensure conformity to standard and efficacy for the pharmaceutical products purchased by product identities outside KEMSA. Mr. Speaker, the stage at which we are at now is at the tail end of the legislative process. However, we have an option of recommitting the bill should those concerns be determined as indeed genuine and falling within the legislative framework. It's for this reason that I request that we defer this order to enable us to consult and thereafter move the House to either recommit the bill in accordance with the Standing Order 138 or to proceed to the third reading in accordance with the Standing Order 139. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. That one is granted. So granted. Let's proceed to the next order.
Order number 9, the County Government's Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 11 of 2017, second reading.
Yes, Leader of Majority Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I beg to move that the County Government Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 11 of 2017, be now read a second time. And Mr. Speaker, Honorable Posing raised, Chair of Transport, raised a matter that there are a number of bills that this House has concluded to the tune of about 12 bills. The roads bill, the energy bill, the petroleum bill, the land index bill, the irrigation bill, and many, many others. The county government retirement benefits bill, and I am sure we are not under obligation. We also need to pass bills that come from the Senate, and today we have a number of them, this one being a very important bill. So I am sure our colleagues on the other side. And Mr. Speaker, We were with you last week in the House of Commons, and we went to the House of Lords, and they told us that they are referred to by their colleagues in the House of Commons as the other house. So let me also use that term, that our colleagues in the other house will find it magnanimous to pass key government bills that are important to the people of Kenya. By way of introduction, Mr. Speaker, this bill was passed by the Senate with amendments on March 29, 2018. The County Government Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 11 of 2017, seeks to amend the County Government Act number 17 of 2012 in order to achieve the following. So the County Government Act of 2012, which this House passed, because that time there was no Senate, wants to do the following. Number one, they want to clarify on the commencement. The bill wants to clarify on the commencement and the sitting of a county assembly. Because for the National Assembly, the commencement is clarified, and the sitting of the assembly is in this chamber in the National Assembly. Number two, this County Government Amendment Bill seeks to put in place for the first time the legal framework for the establishment of the office of the Deputy Speaker of a county assembly. And Mr. Speaker, you remember there was a court judgment on the Muranga County Assembly where the court made a decision that the position of the Deputy Speaker in a county assembly is not recognized. Yes, as per that, a court has made that decision. So this particular amendment.
Is it?
Thank you. I wouldn't want to interrupt the leader of the majority, Mr. Speaker, but are we allowed to come in the new police uniform into the House? Because I've seen Honorable Mwashetani, I think he's dressed in the new police uniform. Are we allowed to come that way?
Are you suggesting that he's in full police uniform together with the cap? Honorable Mashatani, you must convince the chair that you are, the speaker, that you are properly dressed.
First of all, thank you so much for appreciating my attire.
Who is it?
Mr. Speaker.
Who has appreciated? Are you talking about Honorable Pukosa? It's definitely not the speaker who has appreciated your attire.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is an African attire. And I'm sure it is parliamentary when... Why? It is parliamentary. What is the difference between the one I'm wearing and the one which is normally worn by lawyer Otiende Amolo? There's no difference, only that I have a...
Well, let me tell you, Honorable Mwashetani. First, yours doesn't seem to have a collar. Now, that cap is not convincing. It's probably not religious. But Mwashetani, I will, because I have never found it proper to ask a member to exit quietly, and when he comes back to the House next time, he should be properly dressed. I am not convinced I should ask you that today. You should quietly, leave the presence, not the presence, because I am not convinced that is, I'm not so convinced at all. Well, obviously I have a problem with my eyesight, so I'm not able to know whether it is blue or black. But there is no, you don't have a color. And maybe I'll have to consult a little to make sure that somebody who is seeing you clearly can advise. So you sit down for the time being. Leader of Majority.
Chair, I think we must follow the standing orders and the code of dress. It's important that at least there must be a collar. And Chair, if you become lenient, then tomorrow I will come with a kikoi. I will come with whatever I want. Honorable Ichunga will come with a T-shirt. So I think it's important, and you know we are not in the South African Parliament. This Parliament is unique. That cap is not religious. That dress is close to police uniform, and we don't want to turn this chamber into a police state by design and by wearing. So, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mashetani is one of my leadership. He's a vice chair, but he should show example. He should exit with the orders.
Now, what is it, Honorable Mashetani, before I inform you of how you should be dressed?
Honorable Speaker, I believe in African attire. And if you are telling me that this is not proper, then, Mr. Speaker, most of the councils that we wear do not have collars, and we still come with them to Parliament. What tells you that the one I'm wearing is not religious?
Now take your seat, Honorable Mwashetani, as I read the members how they should dress. Take your seat, Honorable Mwashetani. This is the orders regulating conduct of members and admission and conduct of media representatives and visitors within the precincts of Parliament. On the dress code, which is at number 8, members of press and guests shall not enter the chamber, the lounge, the dining room, committee rooms without being properly dressed. For the purposes of these rules, proper dress means A, and that is for you now, a coat, a collar, a tie, long-sleeved shirt, long trousers. I am yet to be convinced because when you stood, I'm not so sure about it. The socks, of course, shoes, or, and this is what is creating some little confusion, or service uniform for men. Now, I do not know when, because the leader of Majority Party and Honorable Pukose, who raised this point of order, spoke of this being close to the police uniform. So I'm wondering whether it is covered under service uniform for men. And I don't think so. I can see the lady colleagues applauding and thinking that you are actually properly dressed. And I agree with them, but for a different occasion. Now, so Honorable Mwashetani, so that I do not break my own records, kindly do what is, very honorable. I'm not going to say it so that I don't go on record as having done it, but please do it. Please do it. I can see many members appreciate your, and you are not going to say anything after I've said this. Please don't, you have, I did not tell you to go out, but I'm sure you are going to do that. Now we will continue. And what is it, Honorable Ishungwa?
Honorable Speaker, I have a lot of respect for the Honorable Member for Yatta. But you can see the Honorable Nzambia, Honorable Speaker, is sitting on the armrest. And Honorable Speaker, it is okay to sit on armrest in bars and in restaurants, but not in the National Assembly, Honorable Speaker. And this is behavior that the Honorable Member for Yatta should be educating the new member.
Yes,
It is the same behavior you saw the other day during the Finance Bill, Honorable Speaker. Members turning this chamber into a Mogithi dance hall, coming to sing Mogithi songs, instead of debating on the merits and demerits of the Finance Bill, Honorable Speaker.
There are only two
we must be disciplined, Honorable Speaker.
There are only two languages which are admitted in this House, and that is English and Kiswahili. Now, I got lost somewhere as you brought issues that I couldn't understand, but I believe it couldn't have been English because I understand most of the English. Yes. there will be no substantiation on that one. But honorable members, you are not permitted to be squatters. We have sufficient chairs in the August House. Kindly take your seats. If there is any member who sat on the armrest, I didn't see it myself, but Honorable Member Ishungwa, of course, has pointed out that we should not accept. But let's proceed. I want to introduce in the speakers gallery, in the public gallery rather, of students from Starehe Boys Center, from Starehe constituency of Nairobi County. That's the county represented, of course, by Honorable that is one of the counties, one of the constituencies in Nairobi, represented by Honorable Jaguar. Now, and the next one is students from Mumboni, pupils from Mumboni Primary School from Kaiti Makueni constituency. They should feel welcome in the August House and will be given all the appropriate assistance in studying what is supposed to be studied in the August House. Proceed. Next order, please. No, sorry, you are moving until you are interrupted by Honorable Pukose.
Honorable Speaker, you know, whatever that transpired between when Honorable Pukose stood and now is not part of the bill. In as far as even Honorable Mashetani's address. So this bill is addressing a number of issues, 4 key issues. One, it clarifies on the commencement and the sitting of a county assembly, where it should be and when it should sit. Number 2, it's putting for the first time in place a legal framework for the establishment of the office of the Deputy Speaker of a county assembly. And this is urgent because a court has ruled in a matter concerning Muranga County Assembly that the office of the Deputy Speaker does not exist. That has made all the Deputy Speakers in all the 47 counties vulnerable, and they're waiting for this.
You must always speak, Honorable Leader of Majority, Deputy Speakers in the county assemblies.
Of course, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly is in law, and he is not under threat. And I want to assure the Deputy Speaker that unless another bill comes to the House, for now you are safe. So it clarifies on, again, how we can establish in law the office of the Deputy Speaker in a county assembly. And Mr. Speaker, nearly all the Deputy Speakers, the 47 of them were in my office, and they are waiting for this bill to be enacted and so that they can have their positions anchored in law. Number 3, this law will clarify on the process for the removal of a Speaker of a county assembly. Right now, you have seen there are many, many people who have either been removed or are in the process of being removed at the county assemblies. So this law will give the process and the procedure on how a Speaker of a county assembly can be removed. And I'm sure if you are from Nyandarua County, Homa Bay County, Migori County, Nairobi County, and many other counties, you will have an interest. Because this is a very important piece of legislation that will set the record straight. The 4th one, this law will ensure clarity as regards to the powers of the governors to appoint and dismiss a county executive committee member. As of now, there is no procedure, there are no serious procedure in when a governor will dismiss or appoint a county executive. So this law is very, very important, Mr. Speaker. Number 5, this law from the Senate provides for the legal framework for the assumption of office of a governor by the deputy governor and the appointment of a new governor, a new deputy governor. What happens if the governor dies? So how do you appoint a deputy governor to take over that? So there's a lot of the framework for the assuming of office of a governor by a deputy governor. And this law is also very, very important, so I'm sure members will read one by one. The last one that it will do, this law, is to ensure the independence, the professionalism, the transparency, and the promotion of equity in the functioning of county public service board. The current public service boards we have are people who work at the whims of governors. So we want to still, using this law, a more professional, a more transparent, a more independent, a more procedure of equity in how they function, the various county service board. So those are the 6 highlights of this bill. Having said that, I'm sure if members have the piece of the bill, now let me go clause by clause what it says. So this bill, as I said, was read for the first time in the House on the 19th of April, 2018, and I now seek to highlight the proposed amendments contained in the bill. If you look at clause 2 of the bill, the amendment contained in clause 2 of the bill seeks to amend section 4.2 of the County Government Act 2012 in order to provide for the obligation of a county executive committee to apply to the College of Arms for grant of the Court of Arms. How do they apply? How do they get it? If you look at clause 3, it seeks to provide for the commencement of the county assembly sittings. Section 136(1) of the County Government Act provides for the first sitting of a county assembly after the first election under the new constitution. The Act does not provide for what happens in the second election and subsequent under the new constitution. So the County Government Act only talks about the first election. What happens in the subsequent elections? Where will be the sitting of the county assembly? If you look at clause 4 of the bill, it seeks to cure an incorrect cross-reference or to section 27(3) of the County Government Act instead of section 26(3)(a). So it's about numbering. Clause 5 seeks to amend section 9(3). Of that bill, you have the Principal Act at the back of it. So when I refer to Principal Act, or the current Act, is the County Government Act number 17 of 2012. So clause 5 of the bill seeks to amend section 9, subsection 3 of the Act, so that members of a county assembly shall be sworn in on the first sitting of the county assembly instead of after the announcement of the final results of an election. So the swearing in takes place in the first sitting, just like we have it in the National Assembly. So the county assemblies in many forms should be a replica of what goes on in the National Assembly. If you look at the amendment contained in clause, again, 5 of the bill, it seeks to delete section 4 and 5 of the section 9 of the Principal Act that provides that where the Speaker is absent, any other member elected to act as Speaker by the County Assembly shall take up the role. This stems from Article 178, subsection 2B of the Constitution, and that the amendment seeks to provide certainty upon the absence of the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the amendment contained in clause 6 of the bill seeks to achieve 3 things. If you go to section 6 of the bill, clause 6 of the bill, the first one, it provides for the election of the Speaker. The second one, it establishes the office of the Deputy Speaker of each county assembly. And thirdly, it makes provision where both the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker are absent. And it happens in our case, that's why we have the Speaker's panel. Honorable Omulele and the gracious lady from Makweni, Honorable Jessica, they fit in that category. So when the Speaker is away, the Deputy is away, there is... I hope there's nobody else who's wearing police uniform.
What is it, Honorable Dr. Wamalwa?
Mr. Speaker, you know, some of us, we are very keen to the details.
and I respect Honorable Dwale. And he's been a majority leader. This is for the second term. The honorable member of
you
Rwanda.
could actually start with saying that he's the first majority leader in the new constitution. Proceed.
Yes. So I expected, with due respect, Honorable Dwale, to have known Honorable Omulele. Omulele is not a Malembe. A Malembe is a MP. No, you never said Omulele. I was listening. And he's doing his second term. I know they come from the same sub-tribe, yes, and they're neighbors. But he should know people, Mr. Speaker. Last time, he referred me to Honorable Eugene Wamalwa. I remember the last time you did that. This is Chris Wamalwa. So he should know people, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
I think, Honorable Leader of Majority, you should not respond to that. I realize that there is a history of what he raised today. Because I sat here and I know Honorable Omulele for a long time. And I know when that name is pronounced correctly, and you actually did pronounce correctly. But I think Honorable Dr. Wamalwa wanted to remind you that you actually referred to him as someone else. It didn't have anything to do with Honorable Omulele. So proceed. Maybe you should resolve the other first one, once and for all. But proceed.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Wamalwa wants me to learn the many sub-tribes of the Luya community. But following the Friday big lunch, we are heading towards uniting Kenyans outside the sub-tribes and the tribes. So I know Honorable Omulele, a second-termer, a serious member of the Speaker's panel. I never said Omulembe, I said Omulele. So, but I'll take some time and learn the many sub-tribes because it will of great benefit to where I come from going forward the 2022 equation. So I'm under obligation to learn all the sub-tribes, not only in Western, but even in Ukambani, in Mount Kenya, in the North. So, Mr. Speaker, sorry, Honorable, he has disorientated me, I had a flow. But you were at clause 7. No, you were at clause 6. So clause 6 of the bill seeks to achieve 3 things. Number 1, provides for the election of the Speaker. Number 2, establishes the office of a deputy speaker for each county assembly, and thirdly, makes provision where in a situation where the speaker, the deputy speaker are not present or absent, what happens? Clause 7 of the bill, Mr. Speaker, seeks to provide comprehensively on the instances and procedures for the removal of a speaker and a deputy speaker of a county assembly. The current section 11 of the act, the current act, has left a lot of issues unaddressed, or they have left a lacuna in law in regard to the vacation of office of a speaker or a deputy speaker. For instance, it does not provide, for instance, when the office of a speaker or a deputy speaker shall become vacant. So the act is not saying it. It does not say the grounds for removal of a speaker or a deputy speaker. And it does not say the procedure for removing or moving a motion or for a resolution to remove the speaker or the deputy speaker. So all these are missing in the current parent act, the County Government Act number 17 of 2012. And this clause 7 is filling that gap. Clause 8 of the bill seeks to amend section 27. And that section is on the recall of a county assembly member. How do you recall a county assembly member? By the people. And it proposes to delete subsection 2 and substitute it with a new subsection 2, which provides that for the grounds of recalling a county assembly member, the process and how precise it should be is found in section 2 of the new clause 8. Clause 8 and 9 of the bill in totality, they are seeking to remedy the unconstitutionality of section 27 and 28 of the County Government Act. These provisions provide that a recall can only be initiated upon judgment by a high court. A person who contested cannot initiate a recall, and that the recall be signed by persons who by a person who was a voter in the election in respect of which the recall is sought. So the whole process of recalling a county assembly member is, number one, that if you contested against that candidate, then you cannot initiate the recall. Clause 10 and 13 of the bill proposes to amend section 31 and 40 of the County Government Act in order to alter the powers of a governor to appoint and dismiss a county executive. So the powers of a governor in appointing and dismissing of a county executive is provided for in clause 10 to 13. Mr. Speaker, the amendment contained in clause 11 in 10 and 13, in 11 of the bill seeks to fill the existing gaps in law on what happens when a governor-elect dies after being declared elected as a governor. So what happens? Before even he's sworn in, he only won his election. He's called governor-elect. What happens if he dies? So that section 11 deals with that matter. He or she, after being elected as a governor and is unable to assume office for whatever reasons, or even he's sick, he's incapacitated, he cannot be sworn in. So how do we deal with that scenario? That's found in clause 11. The other one is, Mr. Speaker, is the County Public Service Board, yes, are established under section 57 of the County Government Act. The principal role of that board includes the establishment and abolition of offices in respective counties, the establishment of county government, so the need to increase the human resource capacity in counties, and this saw the absorption of existing personnel. What happens? A governor loses election, 65% of the people working in that county were his people. A new governor comes, he wants to send those ones home and bring his people. Those are the issues that this law wants to deal with in terms of making sure the County Service Board is transparent, is independent, is professional in how they deal with the matter. They must be independent of the executive. The Speaker, clause 14, 16, 17, 18, 20, and 21 of the bill seeks to set out a framework to address the issue by ensuring, one, the appointment of persons serving in county public service boards is transparent and ensures that qualified persons are appointed to serve in that board. And two, the County Public Service Board comprises of persons who have diverse skills and knowledge, which is key in the establishment and abolition of the office. Right now, it says the following people will be members of the County Service Board. But this law is saying, no, you must have people of diverse. You must have an auditor, you must have an HR person, you must have somebody who has a legal background, so that that board that oversees all the staff of that county, if the county is sued, they have a lawyer who can give a brief. If a staff is sacked because of audit issues, they must have a County Service Board member who has a background of audit. Then thirdly, the County Service Board must be able to carry out their functions independently and without external influence. Independent of the executive, independent of the governor, and independent of any other external influence. And lastly, the County Service Board recruitment of persons who play a key role in the functioning of the County Public Service Board must be fair, must be transparent, and must ensure that competent persons are employed. The biggest problem we are having in county government is that people at times are not employed based on their competence and qualifications. They are employed because they are relative, they are friends, they are related to the governor or to the county government. And in a case where you see even a fresh graduate employed by the county government is of the same scale the first day with the scale of a county commissioner. I mean, there's chaos. And I don't think whether I will ask my son to go and work in a county government. Because even there are no offices. A county can have 7,000 staff, and they have only 50 offices. A county will have 200 drivers, and they have only 30 vehicles. It's serious. It's very chaotic. So this law is trying to set up a more professional, independent, transparent county service board. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, the gaps that are being addressed by this bill emanates from either the ambiguity of the constitutional provision or lack of provisions on important matters such as the vacancy of the office of the deputy governor or the vacancy arising when a deputy governor has assumed office of a governor. A number of amendments, Mr. Speaker, seeks to clarify certain ambiguities in this law or in other provisions. Others of the amendments are seeking to address the challenges faced in the service board and the need to have a competitive process of the county assembly. And Mr. Speaker, as I finish, I want to thank the Senate. Now this bill now is a bill that tells us the function of the Senate. Yeah. The rest of other bills I have seen here does not, but this bill is a true meaning of the Constitution, the functions given to the Senate under Article 96. The Senate ideally is supposed to go and look at all the laws concerning devolution, look at gaps, look at deficiencies, and bring those legislation and fill those gaps. So I really want to thank the Senate, the other house, as we were told with the Deputy Speaker when we were in London last week, the other house. But Mr. Speaker, as I finish, I saw something in the newspaper that Honorable Mutula Kilonzo and Honorable Sakaja have a bill that will regulate how the two houses relate. Speaker, I am shocked. The Constitution has provided on how the two houses must relate in Article 109, 110, 111, 112, which bills should come to the Senate, which bills should go to the National Assembly, who is supposed to deal with the money bills, who is not supposed to deal with the county bills. So, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution of Kenya 2010 has created the demarcation. And finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I really want to thank you because the team that you led to London was one of the most successful trips, because what we learned, I think, is more relevant. And because you are our leader, I want to thank you. And I beg to move and ask Chair of Security, National Security, and member for Kiambaa, Honorable Koinange, an active member, an active chair, to second.
Proceed, Honorable Koinange.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to second. To second the County Government Amendment Bill, Senate Bill 11 of 2017. Honorable Speaker, the amendments done by the Senate are welcome since they are intended to streamline the operations of the county government and especially the assemblies. Honorable Speaker, mainly there will be benefits for the county government and the county assembly. The area, it will provide for how the office of the speaker and the deputy speaker becomes vacant. Also, Honorable Speaker, it will also provide for the removal of the speaker. It will also create the process to recall of a member of a county assembly, and also it seeks to standardize the procedures of a county assembly. Honorable Speaker, also my committee we are planning to meet the county, the Council of Governors, county governors, and also the devolution. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I do second this motion.
Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that the County Government's Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 11 of 2017, be read a second time. I'll give the first shot to Honorable Oundo Ojiambo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the proposed amendments to the County Government Act number of 2011. Mr. Speaker, it has long overdue because the way the county governments are run, there has been very many challenges arising out of the lacuna in the law, also challenges arising from typical value-based leadership in these counties. Mr. Speaker, it's commendable that the Senate, for the very first time, has done this role that it's supposed to do, that is provide legislation for the purposes of smoothing or streamlining the management of devolved functions. We cannot overemphasize the importance of devolved functions. Consequently, as a country and as lawmakers, we must continuously strengthen county governments. Mr. Speaker, yes, I want to dwell on the issue of Public Service Board. I want to reiterate what the majority leader has indicated, that sincerely speaking, Mr. Speaker, sir, a member employed in the county government is a civil servant. His service or her service to the county government should not be necessarily determined by the changing regimes. Governors will come and go, deputy governors will come and go, but the stability and service delivery of any arm of government essentially depends on the so-called permanent members, and that's the civil service. The county public service boards needs to be empowered, needs to be strengthened to ensure that they're able to recruit members who work in the county government that meet the requisite qualifications, that ensure that different shades of a society are truly reflected in the county, and ensures that as long as a public servant working in the county government delivers, is able to work according to the terms of employment, should never be victimized merely because he or she is perceived to belong to a different political dispensation. Secondly, it is expected that the County Service Board, Public County Service Board, will rationalize employment in the county governments to ensure that we don't have a case of overemployment, we don't have a case where we employ people, yet we have no capacity to pay them, we have no offices for them, we have no budgetary provisions to enable them discharge their work. I have, for example, in Busia County, I have in my constituency, which belongs to Busia County of Funyula, we have so many members of staff who purport to be employees of the county government, but since the county governments were established in 2013, up to now they have no letters of appointment, they have never received a salary, they simply wake up in the morning, go to serve the public in the Department of Water, and occasionally even guarding vocational training centers. I do suggest and sincerely hope the Senate and the county assemblies will look at these matters so that these people do not necessarily suffer untold suffering, yet they generate revenue through collection of user charges and the rest. On another matter, Mr. Speaker, I must also commend the Senate for really strengthening or institutionalizing the position of the county deputy county governors and deputy speakers. There has been a joke going around in social media or in other forums that generally the deputy speakers and the deputy governors are generally flower girls who really have no role to play at all in the county governments. We need to strengthen them to ensure that they have a role to play because, for example, the deputy governors come together collectively as one collective unit with the governor. We must mirror the position we have at the national government, where we have the presidency constituting of the president and the deputy president. We therefore need to put measures into place to ensure that we strengthen those positions. Mr. Speaker, the issue of the speakers of the county assembly. If there are people, if there are staff, if there are senior members of this society who live in perpetual fear, of the unknown or unpredictable behaviors of the MCAs, are the speakers. The focus now has shifted from threats to impeach the governor, has now shifted to the threat to impeach the county speakers, county assembly speakers. We need to initiate measures to ensure that speakers are never voted out through frivolous claims. They are never voted out simply because they have either refused to approve some foreign trips, they have refused to approve some matters that are unconstitutional. We need to strengthen the law to ensure that the process is transparent and ensures that there are only good grounds provided for in the Constitution that can ensure that the members of the county assembly move to impeach a speaker or a deputy speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I conclude, the issue of appointment of a county deputy governor, using the case of Nairobi County, is a matter that has to be addressed as a matter of urgency. It has been almost several months. We have had no deputy governor in Nairobi. In the event, as we say elsewhere, if the boss was knocked by the bus, we'll then have a constitutional crisis that will take will require a lot of time by the legal minds to resolve. With those few remarks, I support the bill.
Very well. Honorable Mutua Barasa. Absent. Honorable Sankok David.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this bill. Honorable Speaker, because we have witnessed not once, but on a number of occasions, the chaotic way in which our county government operates and county assemblies. Honorable Speaker, this bill will streamline the operation of our county government and assemblies, and it is specific on the issue of Public Service Commission. Honorable Speaker, Public Service Commission in the county assemblies, in the county governments, have been people who have been appointed mostly by the governor and people who may lack requisite qualification to balance between the wage bill and development agenda of the specific county. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, the wage bill in our county government is pathetic. Honorable Speaker, and this leads to sometimes even having ghost workers. Because, Honorable Speaker, if you are employed and there is no space for offices, then it's just common knowledge that you are a ghost worker because you rarely report to anywhere. Honorable Speaker, just like what the leader of majority have said, county government may have 100 vehicles, but then they have more than 300 drivers. Surely, I don't know of a car that is driven by two people, maybe a driver, a co-driver, and probably those who will assist them, just like in the aeroplane. It is only the aeroplane that we have pilot, co-pilot, and even engineers and so on. But Honorable Speaker, you find that those vehicles that have been bought with, in the County Assembly are designated several drivers that you really don't know what is their job description. Honorable Speaker, the issue of also again the Deputy Speaker, Deputy Governor, and so on. And when I refer, Honorable Speaker, to Deputy Speaker, I don't refer to the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. I know you are not comfortable on that, but Honorable Speaker, we really need to have a clear way.
If you proceed in that direction, you will be in very, very difficult situation. Now, just proceed with your arguments and contribution without, and you know what I'm talking about. So proceed with the bill as it is.
Honorable Speaker, why are you so much excited when I mentioned the name of Deputy Speaker?
If you
are
proceed
Honorable
in that
Speaker.
direction,
So,
I'm
Honorable
actually going
Speaker,
to deny you the opportunity to speak. So you proceed.
I'm sorry, Honorable Speaker. I withdraw. Honorable Speaker, our own capital city, which is also a county government, have been there without a deputy governor for quite some time. And this bill will come in hand to streamline how such conflict can be resolved. Because up to now, we have a county government that is controlling 60% of our revenue, having no deputy governor, having no speaker. The speaker have been impeached. Honorable Speaker, this bill have come at the right time so that we can streamline on these issues. Honorable Speaker, to conclude, Honorable Speaker, we really need to be able to streamline the operations of our county government so that, because we have directed our eyes so much on corruption that is happening on the national government. But I can assure you, Honorable Speaker, the corruption that is happening in county governments will even shock the devil. Honorable Speaker, with those very many remarks, I support this bill.
Very well. Let's have Honorable Wahungu Amalwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill. First and foremost, I want to thank the Senate for doing a good job, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Article 96 of the Constitution is very clear in terms of jurisdiction when it comes to matters of legislation. The Senate has been wasting so much time, Mr. Speaker, on some bills which are not of priority to that House. This is the only bill, Mr. Speaker, we are seeing that indeed the Senate is working. Because all matters of legislation, the interests of the county government, the county assemblies, it is the work of the Senate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's very embarrassing that we've been having existing deputy speakers which is not existing somewhere in the law. And this goes to the Senate. And I want to thank that particular court, Mr. Speaker, that made a ruling. And it's indeed true, when it comes to matters of legislation, there's no any other institution that can legislate in this country. It is Parliament, Mr. Speaker, that has the powers of legislation. The court, Mr. Speaker, has the powers of interpretation of the law. And that's why when this matter went to the court about the deputy speakers, indeed there was an interpretation that was done. And for our work is now to incorporate that gap that was missing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the people who have issues are the speakers at the county assembly. Because they can be thrown out anytime, Mr. Speaker. If they come to the House and maybe they've dressed badly or they cannot smile well, the county assemblies, Mr. Speaker, can bring a motion to remove them. These are the officers that have been at risk, Mr. Speaker. This law, indeed, is going to streamline. We are now going to have order, Mr. Speaker. The speakers are going to work because there's a law, there's a procedure that must be followed, Mr. Speaker. And we're also warning our speakers in the county assemblies, because most of them, Mr. Speaker, you find when it comes to legislation, they've not passed any laws. They've just been doing issues of oversight, Mr. Speaker. But when it comes to legislation, the county assemblies, Mr. Speaker, they must wake up. They must pull up their socks, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, it will be important for us to know which county assembly is doing well when it comes to matters of legislation. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Senate committee particularly on the issue of assumption of office of the governor. Like what happened in Nyeri, Mr. Speaker. This is very dangerous, Mr. Speaker. The governor, Mr. Speaker, is the president of the county. And in case he cannot assume office for one reason or the other, there must be a clear framework on the law. There must be clarity, Mr. Speaker, on the due process, how it should be followed. So it is going to cure the lacuna that existed in the law, Mr. Speaker. Also, when it comes to the issues of the deputy speaker, Mr. Speaker, the governor and the deputy governor, the two of them are mutually inclusive. When you use the term mutually inclusive, Mr. Speaker, which is mostly used by statisticians, is that the two cannot separate. It's like when you have shoes. When you want to put on shoes, you must have the left one and the right hand. So it is important, Mr. Speaker, that a situation like what happened in Nairobi County, if one reason or another the deputy governor is not there, it must be fixed within the framework of the law, and I'm happy they've put at least 14 days. So it is indeed, wherever we are, I'm sure my friend Honorable Sonko is listening. So that after Miguna was rejected, Mr. Speaker, he should actually move with speed and get a deputy governor who is going to help him to do his work, Mr. Speaker. I know what it means. It is a big threat, Mr. Speaker, if you get a deputy governor, maybe who can work out for your removal so that he can take over. Because the law here says, if the governor dies for one reason or the other, the deputy speaker automatically takes over. So it is risky, Mr. Speaker, in this case, that you must balance. And I'm happy.
Order. Maybe you should stop for a little while, Honorable Amalwa, to recognize a very, a leader who's been recognized internationally from this house, Honorable Sophia Abdi-Nur. So it's very critical, Honorable Dr. Amalwa, to recognize. He could have left before we recognize her, and I think it is something we should do as a house. Proceed now, Honorable Dr. Amalwa.
Mr. Speaker, how I had wished
and if,
for a bit of full...
if eventually Honorable Abdi-Nur will want to speak, she will obviously have an opportunity if she does want to speak. Proceed, Honorable Amalwa.
Mr. Speaker, how I had wished that there was a bit of some disclosure so that we can also salute and congratulate this honorable member, because I know about a bit of history about his honorable member. Last time he was in Parliament, and she's the first woman MP to be elected directly from that Garissa County. And I know the person that she removed, the honorable member who is currently the Speaker of Garissa County, or with him in the last Parliament, he was also a very good legislator. And obviously, if she managed to remove the other honorable member, obviously, she's a better legislator. So can you also tell us more, what is this that she has won, Mr. Speaker, so that we can also congratulate her?
No, your colleagues, you are a whip of the minority, and nowadays there is the handshake fever. You should know your members and whatever accolades they acquire. If at the very worst you can't get it from any other means, read the newspapers. Proceed. I could see the most...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respect you. And also, Mr. Speaker, for you to know that I was out of the country. I was in the Holy Land of Israel, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
And I just came in yesterday. Otherwise, I'm up to the task, Mr. Speaker, on current matters. Actually, I've been away for the whole 2 weeks.
Now
Maybe that's why I'm behind
understood.
the news, Mr. Speaker.
That is understood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, on the issue, I was talking about the issue of the deputy governor. In the law, it talks of 14 days. That wherever an office of a governor becomes vacant under Article 182 of the Constitution, a person who assumes the office of the governor under Article 182 of the Constitution shall, within a period of 14 days. How I had wished, Mr. Speaker, when we come to the committee of the whole House, we should amend that to 1 week, Mr. Speaker. Because the deputy speaker is already, the deputy governor is already there, I don't see why we should wait for the 14 days It's too long when it comes to matters of anxiety. So at the committee of the whole House, Mr. Speaker, we'll propose an amendment. We don't have to go within the 14 days. We should be within the 7 days, because there's already an existing deputy governor who has already been elected. So there's no point of lengthening the period of the 14 days, Mr. Speaker, because it will increase issues of anxiety and matters of insecurity. So at that particular time, Mr. Speaker, we are going to propose amendments. Mr. Speaker, if I move on again, when you talk about the issues of the County Service Board, Mr. Speaker, the County Service Board is very critical when it comes to matters of human resource management, particularly when it comes to recruitment. You can only recruit for a position, Mr. Speaker, if there's a vacancy. And if there's a vacancy in that particular position, Mr. Speaker, there must be a clear job description. If there's a job description, Mr. Speaker, it must be merged with the job skills. And when it comes to the job skills, Mr. Speaker, you look at the academic qualifications and the issues of experience. When you go to some of the counties, Mr. Speaker, there's a mismatch. You find a job description which requires somebody of high skills. And when it comes to the requirement, maybe it requires somebody with experience of 10 years, you find you're putting something which is contrary. And that's why when it comes to performance, it becomes a problem. Mr. Speaker, when you talk about the County Service Board, it must be professional. Some of the County Service Boards, Mr. Speaker, are working under duress of the governor. If the governor says left, they go to the left. If the governor says right, they go to the right, Mr. Speaker. And this is the highest time we must have professionalism, particularly when it comes to matters of recruitment. We've seen, you go to some counties, somebody has been given a very critical job. But when you look at the academic qualification of that person, he has no qualifications that matches that. This is a very good law, Mr. Speaker, that is going to bring professionalism at the county levels. And if we are going to have a proper match and proper professionalism at the county levels, Mr. Speaker, obviously we are going to see performance and we are going to see results, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this law is very critical. It's not come at the right time. It's been long overdue. Senate has been sleeping on the job, Mr. Speaker. But now that they've done something, it's good, we should salute them. Mr. Speaker, the majority leader referred to the other house. Last time I was in the House of Lords with him, and obviously when you look at the functions in the UK system, you find that the House of Lords, it is higher. It is in this country maybe, Mr. Speaker, because when you look at the functions of the National Assembly, like other jurisdictions, you find that the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, should be an upper house as compared to the Senate, Mr. Speaker. Because in other jurisdictions, houses that are higher, Mr. Speaker, they deal with matters of the budget. They deal with matters of executive appointments, where you must do the vetting. All that is being done in this house. So it goes without saying, when it comes to ranking, Mr. Speaker, the National Assembly, the virtue of its function, it's an upper house, Mr. Speaker. Majority of the people who were in that Senate, obviously, they were there when this matter of constitution making was there. And Honorable Krimbunya, whom I used to admire those days very well, when it came to matters of SRC, he debated very well. And I still admire you. He's a good brain, you know that. When he debates objectively and from a knowledgeable perspective. He's agreeing with me, Mr. Speaker. I can see him saluting me. And, you know, I'm also a good brain, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to matters of legislation. And that's why we're here, because we debate so that we make good laws for this country, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we are supporting this. I want to, first as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act that already exists, it is the highest time that we should just borrow the same, then cascade it down to the counties. All those appointments that come, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the county assembly vetting, because they do the same. The guiding law, which already exists, we should just cascade it to the county. They should use the law of Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, which already exists. Though it has a lot of shortcomings, but this is the law that we have. And I'm happy to note that the Senate looked into that law, and that's why they've tried to cascade it down. So I request honorable members who are here today that for us to bring professionalism at the county level, to ensure that there's going to be efficiency and effectiveness in service delivery, we should support this law. And once again, I want to thank the Senate for doing good work. Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I support.
Very well. Let's have Honorable Mariana Teya. I do not know why you are mic is not working. Let's see if it is. Oh. Can you put it at the intervention slot? I see if it is going to. It's not. Is it lighting? No. What I think you should do.
Okay, asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia nafasi hii nizungumze kwa mjadala huu. Nataka kushukuru Seneti sana kwa kutuletea mabadiliko haya kuhusu mabunge yetu ya county. Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeweza kuona mambo kadhaa yakitendeka kwa mabunge yetu ya county ambayo mengi hayapendezi. Jambo la kwanza nataka kulizungumzia ni kumuondoa spika kwenye kiti. Tumeona mambo mengi kwa kaunti tofauti na mambo hiyo haijapendeza. Tunataka sheria ambayo pia inalinda spika akiwa kwenye kiti. Mheshimiwa Spika, jambo lingine ni uajiri ya wafanyakazi katika mabunge yetu ya kaunti. Mabunge yetu ya county mara mingi haitumii uwazi kuajiri wafanyikazi. Na hii ni jambo kubwa ambayo haipendezi watu wa county zetu, kwa sababu hatutumii ama hatuwachukui wafanyikazi kulingana na uwezo wao kutenda kazi, bali tunatumia njia kadhaa tofauti ambayo haisaidii. Ni vizuri kama mtu ako na uwezo, ako na masomo ya kutosha, apewe kazi katika kaunti yake bila kuangalia rangi, kabila ama chama ama mlango. Unajua kaunti zingine ziko na milango na madirisha. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, tungepata hiyo uwazi, kaunti zetu zitaendelea vizuri. Jambo lingine ni ofisi ya naibu ya spika. Ni vizuri pia ikuwe na uwazi, na ili watu wajue kazi ya naibu ya spika. Isikuwe tu ni jina, lakini ikuwe ofisi pia ambayo inaonekana. Mambo ya kuapisha wabunge wa county pia naunga mkono ili waapishwe siku ya kwanza ya bunge ili waweze kutenda kazi yao vile katiba yetu imewapatia. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na naunga mkono.
Very well. Let's have Honorable Danita Gatti.
Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker. But for now, Mr. Speaker, allow me to speak in the English language. And I thank you for catching our eye, or enabling us to catch your eye. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I want to support this bill from the Senate, and I really want to thank the Senate. Because, Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that should have come earlier. I think we should have had this bill and all the deliberations we are having, Mr. Speaker, even in the last parliament, when we came under the new constitution, Mr. Speaker, we should have set these systems straight. But, Mr. Speaker, we are learning. And I really want to thank the brains that have gone to the crafting of this bill. Mr. Speaker, I am happy because this is a bill that is for posterity. Mr. Speaker, this is a bill coming from the Senate. And Mr. Speaker, it is even catching my county. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, I am from the county of Migori. And Mr. Speaker, you know that Migori has been making news of late. For the good or wrong reasons, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, and I want to also say, Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that is coming immediately under the new constitution. And as you are aware, Mr. Speaker, I served this house in the last parliament as the first county women rep of that county, Mr. Speaker. And I can actually tell you for sure that, Mr. Speaker, the challenges exist in our counties. And these challenges, Mr. Speaker, are the challenges that we need to put straight. Mr. Speaker, I am happy because, as you're aware, what has been happening in the county of Migori, and you have seen this bill basically looks at the grounds for impeachment. Mr. Speaker, what are the grounds for impeaching a governor? What are grounds of a deputy governor taking over? Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that it is now clear, and it will be clear as we move on, so that, Mr. Speaker, when a governor is, for example, found, or a governor is in distress, or a governor is in court, or a governor is displaced in a way, then what are the grounds that a deputy governor can actually assume office? And I'm happy that it is happening at a time when this is an issue that is touching my county of Migori. Mr. Speaker, the 14 days for me, I would support the 14 days. Mr. Speaker, for purposes of handing over and for purposes of planning in the county. Mr. Speaker, I am happy that this is a bill that has the very, very good interest of the county at heart, Mr. Speaker. Governors, as we said, come and go. Deputy governors come and go. But the institution of the county remains for our children and our children's children, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I therefore want to say that I'm extremely pleased and happy to look at the County Public Service Board. Mr. Speaker, the County Public Service Board is the body. It is the engine, the workers, the staff that work there. Mr. Speaker, that is the engine that runs the county. And Mr. Speaker, it is prudent that even within the arrangement of the County Public Service Board, we are also having people sitting on those boards, people who are qualified, Mr. Speaker, people who are sensitive to the county. Mr. Speaker, if, for example, a county public service board exists in Migori, for example, where I come from, this county's public service board is mandated to do recruitment, Mr. Speaker, of the staff, of the people who are going to serve in that county government. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is also a shame, and sometimes find so many counties, Mr. Speaker, where you find even the staff. You find, for example, in the Ministry of Children, in the Ministry of Education, for example, Mr. Speaker, you will find that the chief officer is from this one constituency. The CEC is from the same constituency, Mr. Speaker. Even these chief officers and these other staff come from that constituency. Mr. Speaker, that is wrong, and that is what has been happening in most of our counties, even mine included. Mr. Speaker, it is prudent that the County Public Service Board ensures that in their recruitment, for example, Mr. Speaker, in a simple position, that is, for example, that ministry, that docket of health. Mr. Speaker, we have the CEC for health should come from one constituency. Then you have a chief officer for the same health should come from a different constituency, Mr. Speaker. That way, Mr. Speaker, you are ensuring that we have representation. And Mr. Speaker, we are also observing, and I want the County Public Service Board, Mr. Speaker, to ensure to look at the issue of gender representation, even in the recruitment. Mr. Speaker, by the way, if this House should also know that the issue of diversity, Mr. Speaker, as you're aware, I'm the Member of Parliament for people with disabilities. And Mr. Speaker, even people with disabilities deserve appointments and recruitment in the counties, Mr. Speaker. So that, Mr. Speaker, when you're talking about diversity, as much as we are thinking about diversities in these other areas, Mr. Speaker, disability is diversity. And that should be reflected in the recruitment, even in the public service board in our various counties. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I want to really, really support, and I want to ensure, even, Mr. Speaker, even these county public service boards that exist in our counties, Mr. Speaker, we need a lot of capacity building to those boards. Because, Mr. Speaker, those are the boards that are mandated to do the employment. And if those boards are not capacity built well enough, Mr. Speaker, they're not going to give a good job in our counties. And that is why you're seeing most of our counties are failing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I really want to thank the Senate, and I want to also know Mr. Speaker, that in terms of a situation where a governor, for example, is incapacitated, what are the grounds that can actually say this governor is incapacitated? We know the grounds, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, these rules, Mr. Speaker, and these laws are well planned, Mr. Speaker, because everything, if it is inscribed in law, it is very clear for that county to know that these are the grounds for impeaching a governor. We have seen in my county, for example, Mr. Speaker, so many times, like twice or thrice or 4 times, my people and the county assembly have tried so many times to impeach the speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need to know what are the grounds for impeachment of the speaker. So that, Mr. Speaker, it is not about witch hunt, it's not about, tribal lineage, Mr. Speaker. It is about what the law says. And, Mr. Speaker, I am happy that the county government assembly bill now, Mr. Speaker, is putting in place these various grounds for impeachment of a governor, these grounds for impeachment of a speaker, what does it take? And I'm happy that it is 14 days. Mr. Speaker, I would even ask that it is the 14 days. So, Mr. Speaker, for me, I think this is a bill that should have come earlier. It is a bill that has very good intentions for our people and our counties. And, Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that is basically going to strengthen the various operations, Mr. Speaker, that our counties are going to operate in. Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank the Senate and allow me to say thank you very much for the opportunity that we are discussing this very, very critical amendment. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Let's have Honorable Leonard Brighton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And for the first time in many months, I would wish to commend Senate for working towards its goal and mandate of drafting legislations that are geared towards promotion and legislation and streamlining operations in county government. Mr. Speaker, this legislation is meant to address lacuna in the law. I'm looking at it addressing a number of issues, like when there is a vacancy in the office of deputy governor due to maybe health issues, due to death, due to resignations. Take, for example, the Nairobi County, where the seat of deputy governor has been vacant for a very long time following the resignation of Deputy Governor Mr. Igade. This bill gives us 14 days for the governor to nominate and give a clear guideline for actually filling that particular position. And this one, therefore, will assist in operations. Look at Section 7, which is actually providing some direction in terms of when the county assembly wants to impeach or remove speaker and deputy speaker. This gives a clear guideline also that will actually lead to a version of drama and even chaos that comes along with lack of legislation that guides such particular issues. I'm also looking at things that are of great importance. Look at the Public Service Board, for example. Public Service Board appointments, there is a very clear criteria for actually selecting members that are actually supposed to serve in the Public Service Board. And even it gives a very clear system of inclusion and a watertight process of actually choosing the selection panel. It even gives you the chairperson not being a person, not being a public officer. Look at a person in the private sector, advocate of the High Court, who is also a member of LSK, certified accountant, and even an association of workers. This actually, you see, it's an all-inclusive process that actually will bring in a very good board, public service board. And also look at the provision, Section 68A of this particular legislation, which is actually trying to bring in the issue of promotion of equal opportunity in terms of employment and even eliminating discrimination on the basis of gender, on the basis of ethnicity, on the basis of issues to do with health, religion, mental status, or even disability, and also the issue of promotion of diversity and distribution. This legislation, Mr. Speaker, has come in at the right time, and even it's long overdue. Thank you so much, and I support. Thank you.
Honorable Muhinga. Oh, that is Honorable Kimunya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No, you must always declare all your names, otherwise you will create some confusion.
Some people have not quite learned to appreciate our three names. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill. And just to remove the doubt of some of the members, in fact, this is an amendment of a bill that we brought into this House in 2012, and as part of fulfilling the obligations under Article 200 of the Constitution, which set out some certain legislation that required to be brought, especially with respect to county governments and the function that need to be legislated. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that Senate has at last woken up and done something, because if you look at what's happening within the counties, there's obviously a lot of problems, some of which are engineered by the governors within our counties. And I'll be coming specifically to a section that I would like to seek the support of this House that we need to amend. Mr. Speaker, when we set up the county assemblies, they were set up specifically with the mandate of not just approving the revenues, the monies that are disbursed to the counties and given at the disposal of governors to spend for the benefit of the people in the counties, but also to provide that critical role of providing the oversight. Now, however, Mr. Speaker, as I speak this, I'm speaking with pain because my own county of Nyandarua right now does not have a functional county assembly because there seem to have been some certain capture by the executive of the members of that county assembly. Members have been split into two factions, into two camps, those who support the governor and those who do not support the governor. And the oversight role is being compromised by making the county assembly of Nyandarua inoperable as late as this afternoon. Despite us having even spent lots of time as leaders of Nyandarua in trying to bring sanity to the leadership of the two houses, the leadership of the assembly and the leadership of the county, but it's obviously very clear that either those who are against the governor continue being against the governor, and those who are purported to be for the governor do not listen to him or have no respect for him, because even when he tells them not to cause chaos, they continue causing chaos. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I recognize there's been a change. Madam Speaker, it's against this background that I'm looking at perhaps we have over-glorified these offices of governor. And if you remember where we started, in terms of creating the office of governor, we wanted to run away from where county chairmen and mayors used to lock a few councillors in a hotel and get a half of them and they get elected. And we said we would like universal suffrage for purposes of electing the mayors and the county chairmen. And eventually it grew from that with more resources being devolved, and they were called governors. And these title governors seem to have gone to their heads, and they think of themselves as semi-gods within our counties. And it started with all those titles, His Excellencies, High Excellency, First Ladies. Now you're not even sure, and you're told that the First Lady is visiting your constituency. You don't know which of the 48 First Ladies could be visiting. Right? But you know we only have one First Lady for the nation. But because of all this creating themselves as demigods, instead of knowing that the function they are carrying out is exactly what was being done under Cap 265. The 14 functions that were under Cap 265, the Local Government Act, is what we brought into fourth schedule. But never mind, they become what they are. We glorified them. And as a result of that, they are now moving further into capturing the county assemblies, which are supposed to be providing oversight over them. And as a result of that, they are then free to do what they want, and we're not going to see the benefit of the 1.8 trillion plus that has been devolved to the counties. And when you look out there in the countryside, the people are not necessarily any better. There's no medicine in the hospital, in our hospitals. The poverty levels are still the same, but we still have monies being devolved and asking for more. Madam Speaker, Against this background, I would want to urge this House to consider, within these amendments, the provision that's proposed within 7B, and I know we had good faith when we did it in 2012. 7B is saying whenever a new county assembly is elected, the governor, by notice in the Gazette, shall appoint the date when the assembly sits. Madam Speaker, when we do that, we are now elevating the governor to a local president. We know the National Assembly sits at the, at the request or with the president of the country acting as head of state, not as head of the executive, acting as head of state, who convenes us through a Gazette notice. Now, Madam Speaker, is there a head of state for the county? Right? Because this is the distinction we need to bring, that whatever is done by the president does not get replicated at the county level, that it should be done by the governor. The governor is not the president of the county. He is no president of states at the county level, right? There's no head of state. So we need to amend that, and I will be seeking that, I wish the chair of the committee or the members of the committee are here, so that at the committee stage, we can bring an amendment to replace the title governor with the president, so that it will be the president of Kenya, acting as head of state, that will have the power to convene these county assemblies for the first time. Because that will insulate these counties assemblies from being subjected to a governor ab initio. The first day he convenes them, he becomes superior to them. It's him who convenes when they sit at his convenience, and obviously he now tells them, I have power over you. I'm the one who gazetted you to sit. We must remove that power from the governor and take it to the head of state, right? Because these county assemblies are important as a critical cog within the governance of this country. And if we are going to do anything to this amendment, I would ask that we first of all look at 7B. The Constitution was silent in terms of who convenes, but it gave that responsibility for the National Assembly to the president acting as head of state, not as head of the executive. The governor and the county assembly, they are two governments checking one another. If you then subject the county assembly to the governor from day one, then there's no way you're going to get any accountability through the county assembly. He will always be telling them, I am the boss, I'm the one who convened you. And yet, the two checks and balances are supposed to be at par. So I urge the chair of the committee and members that when we come to the committee stage, let us remove this anomaly. Let us free our county assemblies from overdominance by the county governors. Mr. Speaker, the other thing I just wanted to mention is, because I don't want to dwell on that, I want to give members time, is I'm happy at least now we have a due process in terms of the removal of the Speaker, away from the hooliganism that we have been witnessing across the different county assemblies. And all this is, we thought by elevating the former councillors to now MCAs, paying them more, that the mannerisms will change. But obviously, it's like you can only, do so much. But it's hope that within this due process, at least we'll protect those institutions that we create, so that speakers don't just get removed at the whims of a few chaps sitting around the corner and saying he did not approve our allowances to go to this trip, so we must remove him or her. But now, at least there's a due process that will ensure that the speaker, him or her, has even the time to respond to the accusations and in the public domain, so that the people who voted for that assembly can be able to see whether there is justification for the issues that are being brought. And I say that in terms of due process because I've been a victim of lack of due process in this very house. Yes. When the standing orders of this very house were flouted to bring a motion within an afternoon, notice in the morning, a motion in the afternoon, when the standing orders were very clear that it required a 3-day notice. But all that is history, and we're happy that those who brought it did what they did, and we survived and we did what we had to do later. But I would hate to see that lack of due process imposed on any other person, because it's a great injustice, and I would really not want to see somebody subjected. Even my worst enemies, I wouldn't want to wish them that. Not that I have many, but I have some. Even those people, I would not want to wish them that misfortune. But Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I think I really wish to request that we relook into the role of the governor in terms of the county assembly and delink the two totally, and amend 7B to make it the role of the president acting as head of state to convene the county assemblies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well, very well. Of course, I can hear most of the members, they are doing what we do in terms of clapping. We don't clap, but use our legs when you talk about that position. But I'm not so sure whether Honorable Manzo Kitonga wants to be the next governor. Honorable Manzo, next on my request list.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to contribute to this very, very important bill. And I want to say that the county government's original law had a lot of gaps, and I want to thank the Senate, for doing a very good job this time around. I also want to say that there's been a very serious input from the Senator Sakaja and also Senator Mutula Kilonzo in these amendments to make sure that the counties are operating smoothly and that the devolution really works in the country. They may have been misunderstood by the vigilance in what appears in the newspapers on further amendments and coming up with the clear-cut roles of Senate and the Parliament. I think that's so clear in the Constitution, and I'm sure the two understand that very well. But we really want to congratulate the two senators for working together with the rest of the senators and making sure that the County Government's Amendment Bill 2017, which is now a year late actually, becomes a reality. And I want to say this followed advice, an opinion from the Supreme Court as to what should happen. And I'm aware also when these deputy speakers in the counties got into a lot of trouble, they have really received a lot of legal advice from my Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. And one of the solutions was this law. I must admit that there is a lot of chaos in a lot of counties, Madam Speaker. We have seen what is happening in many parts of the country, the issue between speakers and the county assembly members. The moment there is a little quarrel, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, there was no mechanism of resolving it, and the assemblies will set in, and quite a number of speakers have now been impeached. Right now, the reasons have been given in this law, and they're very interesting, Madam Speaker. You can see that now a speaker may be removed pursuant to the law for gross violation of the Constitution, for incompetence, meaning they are unable to do their job, for gross misconduct, which is quite, it's a wide range, including, Chapter 6 of the Constitution, or a conviction of offense punishable by imprisonment for at least 6 months. So the moment, that's the lowest jail term available, and you can see it's being applied, and also inability to perform the functions of the office of speaker arising from mental or physical incapacity or sickness or other things. This has not been in law, and now it is clear how a county speaker can exit office in what circumstances, unlike what was just happening, that the members wake up one day, maybe they just get upset by one or two acts of the speaker, and especially if they feel that a mistake has been done, like the case in Homa Bay of the mayors, and the case in, in the Nairobi County. I also want to say the case of Nairobi County of the deputy governor has also been unique in its own way, and despite the advice from the Supreme Court, the governor, the deputy governor in that case resigned. And I believe now Governor Songo has been waiting for this particular law because he was aware that it is be passed and it's be processed through the two assemblies, such that he will be firmly based on the law when he appoints his deputy. And we also want to say that the deputy governors are voted for. just like the governor. And therefore, it is good when they're able to be in their place. I want to say the case of Makueni County has been very good. The relationship between Governor Professor Kivutha Kibwana and the Deputy and Adina Mau has been one of what should be a role model and should be followed by the other counties, whereby space was given, respect, and they were able to work together very well, such that they were re-elected on a wiper ticket. And therefore, if governors and their deputies work together without one looking down into the other, I believe the county benefits more. Because this is the deputy governor is an officer who is fully in office and is an officer with a salary and all the benefits, and therefore should be given an opportunity to work, to be able to earn their living and to be able to serve the county and to be able to deputize the governor wherever he's not available in official capacities. So I believe the gaps be filled by this particular law is very important. There are articles of the Constitution now which are being implemented properly. Earlier on, there has been mix-ups, especially when it comes to public the appointments of a county. We need to look at the matter very critically at the third reading, because there are two sets of public officers in counties. In fact, the original county councils, their employees were inherited, and then the governors hired their own employees, and the first time, most of it was done politically. It did not have process as such. There may have not been balancing of the constituencies, as it's been mentioned by the member, the nominated member, former woman member for Migori. You know, the region has to be balanced. There must be diversity in the hiring. And that's why there's a challenge, because the first ones to be hired, those who are hired politically and have been given permanent jobs, another successive governor will find it difficult to work with such officers. So it should follow the system we use at the national level. The CECs and the CEOs serve like minister and PS or cabinet secretary and the principal secretary in the national government. It should be the same. Those two particular top positions have to be rechecked on their contracts for 5 years or so. And I believe we could have a system whereby the permanent employees remain so and the ones for contract remain so. So that when a new governor comes or a term, 2 terms of a governor coming to an end, the employees of the county don't feel threatened by the change of governor. They don't go through threats that because they may not have treated a candidate properly, then they are aware that their jobs are at stake. Or in the event they support a candidate, then they know their jobs are at stake. And just like in the national scenario, the public servants are not supposed to participate actively in elections. They can only vote, but they should not campaign. At least the CECs and the cabinet secretaries have a leeway to be able to support their governments because they are politically elected. So there has been those problems in the counties, and this law has come in very hard to seal the gaps, Madam Speaker. I have noticed that we may have to do a little bit of fine-tuning at the third reading on some of the issues. The issue of deputy speakers in the county assemblies has also been now regularized in the law, the way a deputy speaker is regularized in the National Assembly and in Senate. And you'll also notice that the panel of speakers is very, very important in that it helps, run the assembly wherever the substantive speaker and the deputy speaker are not available. The rest, of the panel of the chairpersons are able to handle the assembly very effectively and competently. And therefore, the similar scenario has now been put to the counties. And again, also Article 96 and Schedule 4 of the Constitution are clear on the roles of Senate and the role of devolution and what functions are devolved to the counties. And I believe that mixture, and sometimes the Schedule 4 has not been followed. You find that a matter which touches the counties, even be debated in this assembly, must be sent to the Senate because it's a county or it's a devolved matter. And similarly, all the laws passed by Senate, just like these particular amendments, they also come to the National Assembly for concurrence. And it is important that we keep clear on devolution levels so that the counties do their duties and the national government does its duty. And that's why there's division on revenue bill. That's why we have a certain revenue serving in the counties. A lot of times we've got to chip in because all of us are serving Kenyans and we are serving our constituents, and constituencies are in counties. You find that a role of a governor is specific, but a member of parliament can also chip in if there is an emergency, even if it's a role of the county. One time after public participation, we realized a very important nursery school had been left in Watertown. And
21 seconds.
My team of CDF refurbished it so that the children could be safe. I thank you, Madam Speaker. I support. We look forward to making further amendments at the third reading.
Very well, very well. Now I give the floor to the member for Daragwa, the Honorable Jeremiah Kioni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for that wonderful opportunity. And on the onset, Madam Speaker, let me say that those of us elected within Nyandarua County spent the whole of yesterday afternoon and the better part of last night trying to find a solution to issues that are now giving us problems within our county. And it's for that reason that I think this bill from the Senate is very timely. It is going to help us resolve some of the issues that are already on our table. And I want to commend the Senate for giving us an opportunity to inform this process. However, Madam Speaker, let me say that I have gone through the bill, and I am certain in my mind that the Senate would have done better. They would have gone into better detail, because these opportunities don't come often. Because when we created these devolved units, the intentions was, I know that we were quarreling as to whether we want them as centers of political power or centers of economic growth. And having gone through the Constitution, having had the Constitution for the number of years that we have, it is now clear in the minds of Kenyans. And if you listen to all Kenyans from all parts of this country, they really want their devolved unit to be a center of economic growth. And I think Senate should seize the opportunity to ensure that the act, and I'm sure we will introduce amendments to this bill, so that we are able to really pronounce our 47 counties as centers of economic growth. For as long as we leave it for their own interpretation, like we have given them political power, the games that we have across the country, and especially now within Nyandarua County, will continue, where people will continue fighting, not because they want to bring economic development in an area, but because they are fighting for that political power. And a bit of that was addressed by Honorable Kemunya when he talked about the powers that we seem to have given the governor. And it is for that reason that when you go to the county, you actually, if you don't interact with them often, when they come to your area, you get confused, because you hear of people talking of Your Excellency, His Excellency, funny things that don't seem to add up. Because when we were creating these units, we were not creating excellencies across this country. We wanted people who are going to help grow the economy faster, because we wanted money taken down into the rural areas. But what we now have is money taken to the rural areas to create kings, excellencies, people you have to bow to. It's drama when you attend some of the national functions during like Mashujaa Day, and you have a governor there. You literally think that the head of state may be visiting your constituency in the midst of having been like in the last case in Kakamega, because you can't quite tell. Now there is confusion. The county, what are they called? The county commissioners and the deputy county commissioner are also confused. They don't know how to treat these people. So I'm saying this because I think the Senate should seize the opportunity to deal with these gaps. And there are gaps that were created
Because when we were doing these laws back in 2010 and there about 2011, there was a little bit of haggling between PNU and ODM and all those kind of things, and for good reasons. But we are through with that phase. I hope the Senate can seize the opportunity and bring sanity into these units, because if we do not do it, we will have failed what we aspire to do. And more specifically, Madam Speaker, we now have the county governments as employment bureaus. All that they do is to employ people, and it's not bad for now people get employment. But what was the intention? The intention was for them to create employment opportunities within the counties by making sure that we have industries that are functioning. But all they do is promise every other border person that we are going to employ you as a driver for as long as you give us votes. I mean, things that really do not help us at all. And one of the other things that we also need to do is to ensure that there is stability. And some of the provisions that have been contained in this bill are useful, but for example, if I pick out the issue of the speaker, if we lower the threshold for him to be sent home, and we say that all you need is 2/3, all these speakers will be home. We need to make it more difficult for MCAs to wake up one day and say, we are sending you home. Let it be impossible, near impossible, so that we have stability in the county. So that's one of the areas that I believe that we will need to seek for amendment, and perhaps retain it at the 75% as it is now in the current act that we have. Madam Speaker, the other thing that I think I need to point out is that if we are not able to spell out the role of the governor, and I want to support the sentiments of Honorable Kimunya, that this first day of meeting or assembly, the section that is calling for the meeting of the assembly, I am not able to pick it out quickly, Madam Speaker, but there is a section in the bill that is saying that the assemblies will be convened not after the general election, but on their first day of meeting or that kind of. I agree with the sentiments of Mheshimiwa Kimunya that convening should be done by the president, so that we remove the notion that there is political power that we are devolving, and there are units that exist without, as autonomous, totally devoid or totally independent of what is happening at the national. We do not want the national government to come and interfere with the normal running. But let us have some order in the country, which we seem to have lost, and I think it is important. Madam Speaker, again, we have the issue of how do we fill in the position of the deputy governor. When that position falls vacant, members have contributed to it. It is useful. One of the reasons why the position of the deputy president was put in the constitution, if I recall, is because at one time, this country went for, I don't know how many number of years, with 14 months without a vice president. And we thought that that's very dangerous, because the president could meet his day anytime within the 14 months or even, and he keeps saying, God forbid, but these things happen. For that reason, we said there is need for the position of the deputy president. Now, we can now see this happening with the governors. They do not want to have deputy governors, and it is very dangerous for us. We do not want these lacunas, so I want to support the provision that allows us to have a clear way of getting a deputy governor into office, and as quickly as is possible. Madam Speaker, also, we now have grounds upon which a speaker can be impeached, and it's also very useful so that we do not think of issues that are not very useful to us as a country, including the ones that have been mentioned, that you did not allow me to travel to go and benchmark in Congo or some other place. And for that reason, the speaker must go home. So when we have grounds that have been set out clearly, it is useful for us, and it also saves us these many court cases that we have. The provisions that also MCAs can also be recalled, and the grounds upon which recall can be done also is contained in the bill, and they are useful, so that as we call upon others to perform, it should also not be left that MCAs cannot be recalled. or at least the grounds for recalling. Madam Speaker, we have the issue of the county public service boards, and I think this is a disaster. We sought to create some autonomy by allowing the counties to employ their own staff, independent of the Public Service Commission or Service Commission here in Nairobi. And while the intentions are good and they are still good, we need to really introduce a lot of controls, some way of allowing these people to do some work in a professional manner. We have provided that for this to be done professionally, one is that we have said that the governor should select a panel. Useful, but again, if we leave it to the governor alone to select a panel, again, I don't think it is very useful. Let me say one final thing, Madam Speaker, and this is the role of the nominated members of the county assembly. What the governors are doing is immediately they are in office, they get all the nominated MCAs, put them in their camp, and they start working with them again.
Let me add you 1 more minute. You finish that.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much for that. I just want to say that the role of the nominated MCAs is crucial. We want them, but we must cushion the elected ones from being undermined by the nominated ones. However daft the elected one is, that is the one people gave votes. So we want to make sure that the people's choice is respected, and the governor does not find a way of using nominated MCAs to destabilize a county. I think that is happening in quite a number of the counties. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
I now give it to the Deputy Minority Whip, the member for Kaviani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Although you have demoted me, Madam Speaker, in your comment, I'm the deputy leader of the minority coalition, not Deputy Whip.
Oh, sorry. You know you know where we started. I don't want to tell the House that at one point you were there. We had to put you as the
almost the whip.
Almost the whip. So of course I was still there, but you are the deputy leader of minority.
Thank you.
Minority, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I also arise to support these amendments to the County Government Act. I want to say it's also come at a very timely, an opportune moment in Kenya's history. I want to begin by just saying that I believe that county assemblies are a miniature version of the National Assembly. And in fact, if you look at the roles that are carried out by our MCAs, they're exactly a direct replication of the roles that we carry out in the National Assembly. So the Senate has a responsibility to ensure that the laws that we use in the National Assembly to run our business are cascaded down to the county so that basically there is no lacuna in how they operate. We've had issues for a long, long time. There's been issues all over the country where you can see that county assemblies are not able to really bite as they should. And therefore, I think this really is timely. Senate has, for the first time since I was elected in 2013, I think this is the first time I can say the Senate has made this country proud, because I believe now they are actually doing the job for which they were employed to do, which is to ensure that the laws that are coming out of the Senate are able to put sanity in the county assemblies and to ensure that the business of county assemblies and the county governments actually are carried out appropriately. I recently saw an attempt by the Senate to make amendments to some laws that actually govern the operation of this house, like the Statutory Instruments Act. And I tend to ask myself, why can they just concentrate on their job? So I'm happy that now they have decided to do that. Madam Speaker, there has been ambiguities in the law, in the County Government Act. And that is what has been used by our rogue governors. And I'm not calling all governors rogue, but we do know that there are some governors that have taken advantage of the weaknesses in the laws to do things that are not beneficial to the public. Madam Speaker, just recently, Machakos County MCAs had gone to court because the governor appointed CECs in complete disregard and violation of the laws that even are in existence. And I'm happy that the court did rule that all the CECs in Machakos were appointed illegally. Now, if we aligned our laws with the county assembly laws, then it would be clear that the county assembly, just like the National Assembly, has a role to ensure that the vetting is done properly. Now, Madam Speaker, the issue of the assumption of office of governor and the issue of, vacation of that same office. From about 2015 thereabouts up to last year, sometime last year, Nyeri County had a problem because the county governor was incapacitated by illness. So that county operated without a governor. Unfortunately, the same county has been again hit by the loss of the governor immediately after the election. And you look at that situation and you realize that this needed to be done now. Madam Speaker, the deputy governor is elected by the people as a deputy governor. And in my opinion, I find it very strange that a deputy governor would run the term of the governor, like it is currently happening in Nyeri County. I'm not against the individual, but I'm against the principle, because the minute you say that if the governor dies or is incapacitated in any way, that the deputy governor will continue the rest of his term, that puts all 47 governors in grave danger, because not all of them get into these relationships of deputy and governor because they love each other. Many of them do it because of convenience. Because when you look at the county and the broadness of a county, people will pick a deputy from the other corner so that they can get the votes. So there's no love lost many times between the governor and the deputy. So if you allow that kind of law, which is currently what has been done, then obviously governors would require maybe as much security as the head of state, because then their lives will actually be in danger. Possible assassinations would take place. So I think this law has made it clear that the deputy governor will act for only a maximum of 60 days, and then an election will be held. Now that makes the governor safer, because, the deputy governor has no assurance whether they will make it, even if they attempted anything. So I think we are regularizing and making sense of the laws. Madam Speaker, on the issue of election of speakers and deputy speakers, I am aware that the current law does not have a deputy speaker in the county assemblies. It's a very strange situation. In fact, one of our assemblies was taken to court because of that position, because they had given somebody, a member of the county assembly, the position of deputy speaker, and it was ruled by the court that there is no such position. In Machakos County, the person acting as a deputy speaker is actually called the chair of chairs, because he's like just the National Assembly, how we have the chair of the liaison committee, which is the deputy speaker. Now, they don't use the term deputy speaker. It doesn't make sense to me, because we do require to have a deputy for every office. In the absence of the Honorable John Badi, the Honorable Robert Mbui takes over the management of the affairs of the coalition. So, Madam Speaker.
And maybe to remind that the Mbui is you. The Honorable Mbui is you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Madam Speaker, the issue of having a deputy speaker in law is critical, because in the absence of the speaker, then the deputy takes over, and then now we've also allowed for how it operates when both of them are not there, and of course putting sanity in the removal of the speaker. Like a colleague has just said that if you make it very easy, then it will be abused. Because there's a lot of politics, even in our assemblies, even in the National Assembly. It happens all the time. There are disagreements on personal level, disagreements because of basic things, and people would even want to impeach a speaker if it was made very easy. So I think this law is putting sanity and giving reasons which can be used to impeach a speaker. You cannot use frivolous reasons to impeach a speaker. It must be serious issues of incompetence, serious issue of inability, serious issues of maybe committing a crime. So I think generally this is what's supporting. Madam Speaker, on the recall of MCAs, after elections, a lot of people this issue, this recall clause, gives a lot of elected members, sleepless nights, because opponents and sometimes even those that were supporting the member of county assembly and he has made it and they were expecting certain favors in return and they don't get them, they quickly start collecting papers and going around the wards, collecting signatures and telling them we are going to remove you from office. So by putting sanity in how an MCA can be recalled, we are stopping those threats, those idle threats, and making it clear that you can only recall your MCA for certain violations, not just because you don't like him, not because you thought you'd buy a tuk-tuk and he did not buy it. So it becomes clearer that you cannot just go out and impeach him because there must be proper grounds. And that this law has actually given us proper grounds. Finally, Madam Speaker, county assemblies on the issue of recruitment of county secretaries, recruitment of members of the board, the county service boards. There has been a lot of abuse from 2013 where governors recruit their cronies, their friends, their girlfriends. They put people who basically supported them. In Machakos County recently, even our governor created positions that don't exist. He actually came up with water boards, which are a violation of the law, which in fact the water bodies that are known nationally, told him off about them. And in those boards, he just put all those people that vied in his party, Maendeleo something chap. So he put all those people as members of the boards to run affairs of water in the county. Honestly, I think when we talk about proper recruitment processes, this is going to put sanity in how governors will operate, and it will bring sense to how we run our county assemblies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, the Honorable Deputy Minority Leader. The member for Oljorok, Mushira Mwagi, Mheshimiwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this county amendments bill of 2017. Mr. Speaker, this bill is coming to cure some gaps which were there in the original bill, where we did not, the office of the Deputy Speaker in the county assembly was not recognized. And we've seen courts pronouncing themselves in the case of Muranga County Assembly, and where when the case was taken to court, the judge declared the position of Deputy Speaker null. Mr. Speaker, we also had a gap in the, Madam Speaker, sorry, we had a gap in the original.
Honorable Member, it's good to realize the other agenda. You only talked of the Senate to be the other house.
Yes.
But this is the other agenda,
yes,
not
yes,
Mr. Speaker, but Madam Speaker. I confirm that I'm a madam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand guided. Madam Speaker, the original act also had a gap in terms of appointment of the deputy governor, and we've seen it in Nairobi County, where we do not have the timelines in terms of appointment of the deputy governor. In the case of Nairobi County, we are still operating without the deputy governor, but this bill now provides timelines in the office of in case of vacancy of the office of the deputy governor, where within 14 days, the governor have to appoint or nominate the deputy governor, will then be vetted by the county assembly and assume the office. However, Madam Speaker, like the previous members who have spoken, I have misgivings or some proposals that I would wish this House would support in terms of removal of the office, or removal of the Speaker, where we are lowering the threshold from 75% to 2/3. And we need to ask ourselves, by doing this, are we strengthening the oversight role of the county assembly, or are we weakening? And to me, Madam Speaker, when we lower the threshold, it means we are weakening the oversight of the county assembly. So on this one, I would wish the amendments, once the amendments that we are going to bring, that we retain the threshold of 75% in case of the county assembly, because we know the numbers in our county assemblies are lower. So we should not at all lower the threshold of removal of the speaker. Madam Speaker, impeachment is not the solution. So it should come as a last resort. So we need to discourage this issue of impeachments. We need to make it hard to impeach the speaker unless, and I'm happy this, the proposed amendment is bringing the grounds under which we can impeach the speaker. Only under gross violation of the law and all those. So on the removal of the speaker, I oppose the lowering of the threshold. On the selection panel for the county service board, I would wish the House would look at the composition of the membership of the board, and in terms of appointments, like what Honorable Kioni said, we do not need to give the governor the whole mandate of picking all the members. We need independent members in that panel. And in the case of also composition, the issue of saying one must be a member of ISPAC, one must be an advocate, I don't think in the selection panel there is any mathematics to be done to include the accountant. We can probably say a member of APSEA, Association of Professional of Societies of Kenya. If what we want is a professional, we say a member of association or two members from APSEA, Association of Professional of Society of Kenya, but not specifying accountant, advocate, because what we need in that membership are professional members. The other issue that I would also like to support is the issue of convening the first county assembly. And we need to remove that role from the governor to the president, because as it has been said, we don't want to devolve political power. It should be the president who, within a certain number of days, can convene the county assemblies, or the county assemblies at a gazette notice. So on that, say for those sections that have been pointed, I support, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
You support. The nominated member, Honorable Oduol Odhiambo.
Thank you.
Order. 00, is it 01 or 001?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I
think
yes, just you are not the only nominated. I know you are nominated, and of course you still wear the uniform, and we are happy about it. But we have others. Maybe I'll put it to your attention. The Honorable Oduol Odhiambo, Doctor is also nominated.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do believe that the Honorable Sankok is aware that 001 is relative. He is 001 in his nominated leave. But if he looks at the Kenya Gazette, he will see that the Honorable Professor Jacqueline Oduol is 001.
Professor
Jacqueline Oduol. Thank you.
001.
Yes, so I think he knows that. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to support this bill and thank the Senate, because this bill goes a long way to help us as citizens and help particularly those that we represent fulfill their dreams. Madam Speaker, when we look at the bill in particular, in the manner in which it has identified, as was indicated by the majority leader, gaps that were hampering the effective functioning of the county government, then we see that this is work that truly lives to the spirit of enabling the Senate to realize its role in Article 96 of the Constitution of protecting the interests of the county government. And so, Madam Speaker, as I support this bill, I'd like that we by which two arms of government, the legislature and the executive, are devolved. And this was devolved to 47 counties, devolving political and administrative counties. under Article 6 of the Constitution. As I support this bill, Madam Speaker, I particularly would like to indicate that it allows us, through legislation and filling of gaps that existed, to live to the objects of devolution, specifically promoting democratic and accountable exercise of power, and in a way helping us as a unique country that now had 47+1, because we had the one national government and we had 47 county governments, giving them clear understanding of what roles each of the different offices, ranging from the governor to the deputy to the speaker and to the county assembly, would follow. And so, Madam Speaker, as I support this bill, I would seek that as we look at the functions, and particularly as we speak to what has been raised with regards to perhaps what is seen to be excessive power that seems to have been given to the governor, we should keep in mind that devolution did indeed devolve two arms of the government, the legislature and the executive. And as we look at the political and administrative functioning, we would want to ensure that this bill allows clarity of roles and enables those respective office holders to realize their goals. Madam Speaker, one issue that I particularly would like to commend and feel is useful is with regards to bringing some decorum and order. I remember, Madam Speaker, when I had my induction in the National Assembly, that the Speaker and all those who spoke to us reminded us that the Assembly, the National Assembly, is a house of rules and is a house of order. And I am happy the way that the county assemblies, in some ways, not only with regards to the manner that the county assembly members sometimes conducted their business, but sometimes, Madam Speaker, in ways in which perhaps the Speaker, in overseeing, moderating the debate, and being the referee of activities that take place in the county assembly, seem to have fallen short, perhaps because of lack of clear procedure. I speak in particular, Madam Speaker, at what happened in Kisii County, when, in spite of the clear constitutional stipulation of the roles of those who are in the county assembly, being in terms of function responsible for legislation, for oversight, and for representation, that we would have a county assembly sitting to legislate to exclude members who are nominated from performing some actions. And so, Madam Speaker, this particular bill is a bill that I believe is not only timely, but it seeks to help us to solve what has been a lacuna and what seemed to have turned a house of order and procedures, and indeed by extension the county governments, which in itself was seen to be a government that would be organized to strengthen institutions, to improve service delivery, and indeed to ensure that recruitment of those who would come in the different offices, whether they are county executive committee members, whether they are members of the county service board, whether they are those who are put to be in the assemblies, would be done in line with how it is that government functions. And so, Madam Speaker, as I support this bill, I would in particular want to commend the Senate and indicate that it would be useful that as the bill addresses gaps that were existing, they continue to be vigilant, and in particular to recognize that there are some capacity gaps that might not be immediately addressed by legislation, and perhaps find ways by which either additional amendments or some other monitoring mechanisms would address them. So, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Senate, and I would like to support this bill because it is a bill that is going to enable the said. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kinangop, Honourable Thuku Kwenya.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to this bill, and I want to support the same. Okay, with of course with some reservations, because there are some amendments that I really do not support, and I wish to state from the onset, We'll be bringing some amendments at the committee stage. And this is a bill that really, whose time has come. I would rightly put it as so, given the circumstances under which our county governments are run. Our county governments are run as if they are private members' club, with one power with one person whose all power is concentrated to. And maybe by enacting this bill, we are going to cure some problems that we are seeing and we are witnessing in our individual counties, like I would say my own county, whereby maybe, Madam Speaker, you'll agree with me that our county governments have turned to be breeding grounds for impunity and corruption. And you'll agree with me because at the moment we are staring at a graft case whereby one county is supposedly having been reported to have lost close to 1.5 billion shillings. And as much as that has not been proved, that is something that should really ring a bell and just sadden all of us. 1.5 billion shillings when we have an oversight body called the County Assembly. Therefore, this bill comes to cure the fears that county assemblies in this country are living in. Because once the governors raid on county assemblies and the county members of the county assembly, they are not able to do their oversight job. Case study, like there was a motion in my own county whereby our members of county assembly wanted to impeach some CCs on issues of corruption. And all those who supported that motion have now been marginalized, they've been marked, and they've been told categorically, we are not going to bring development to your individual wards. Then that is a very dangerous precedent that is being set. And maybe to safeguard these people, to make sure that they do their job without fear that tomorrow they're going to be de-whipped from committees because maybe the governor is in control of the county assembly, then this bill is out to cure that. But then we have to empower the people that we entrust to run the county assembly, and that is the Speaker of the county assembly. Section 11 of this bill seeks to, that is section 11, subsection 1C, seeks to lower the threshold of impeaching or removing the Speaker of County Assembly from his position. And this is very dangerous, given the turbulent times that we're going through in our county government. And therefore, I would wish maybe going forward that we retain the threshold as it was, 75%, which is 3/4. The other issue is on the issue of the deputy speaker, which this bill seeks to create, and which is a very good thing, because like now in my own county, currently, we have a deputy speaker who is illegally in the office because there is no statute that is supporting the same, and there's a ruling, a court ruling in the precedent that was set for Murang'a County. So really, this is a good bill that I support. But then also, on the issue of removal, we should maintain the same threshold as it was, 75%, just to make sure that they work without fear, they work without intimidation. On the issue of governors assuming offices and their deputy, in the event of death or any eventuality, then the deputy speaker is supposed to take up, the deputy governor is supposed to take up the role of the governor. But no, I am of the opinion that maybe we should also be gender sensitive on this issue, because we're trying to really be in support of affirmative action. That if the governor is of this gender, then the deputy speaker should be of the opposite gender. And maybe then we're going to create space for all the genders to be represented in the management of county affairs. On the issue of nominated MCAs, now that's a behemoth that we are creating a monster in our assemblies, because most of the people who are nominated in these county assemblies, they don't have the competence. They're just there for sale they will always follow the highest bidder. They have no capacity to represent. And I'm saying that from a point of authority because this is what we are going through. As my colleagues from Nyandarua County have stated, yesterday we sat in a meeting whereby we were trying to resolve some ruggles in our county. And the people who are supposed to maybe give numbers as far as doing the right thing is concerned, they cannot stand to the occasion because they are so afraid that maybe they are going to be de-whipped by the party, if the governor prevails. So really we need to have a safeguard mechanism and have house rules on how such can be appointed. And if need be, if these county assemblies meet the threshold of the gender representation, then we don't need to appoint, we don't need to nominate these nominated MCAs. In fact, it will even be a plus to our economy because we are not going to pay money that we are not supposed to pay. And finally, I would wish that the Senate maybe going forward also, they would come up with a way so that then, a registration that is going to cure some of the problems that we are experiencing when we go to the places that we represent, our constituencies, and in our counties. There are so many, there are so many people with titles, Your Excellency. And I think it's not in order that governors bear the title of His Excellency. This is a preserve of a person who's been elected to the highest office of this land. And that is the president, and maybe the deputy president, and maybe former vice president, and maybe Baba is equal to the task to be called His Excellency. But all these governors, we are creating monsters, behemoths, people who feel like they are presidents. And that way they're able to intimidate their subjects. And therefore, going forward, I would request maybe the Senate to generate a bill that is going to cure some of these issues that we're going through and that we are witnessing within our counties. And finally, although it has been mentioned by my colleague, on the issue of County Services Board, there's a threshold here of the people who are supposed to be nominated to be members of County Service Board. And I don't see the need of, giving one line of profession some preference, like advocates, accountants. We should not state expressly here because, what does an accountant have to do with the appointment of people to serve in a board? What does an advocate have to do? And we have, of course, we have a county attorney who is supposed to give guidance to the county on matters legal. So really, these are two issues that I would request that this House gets to look into and maybe bring forth amendments. With those few remarks, I wish to support, but of course with some few amendments coming. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. The amendments are very welcome, and you know the procedure. The member for Isiolo North, Honorable Ulu for order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also stand to support this proposed amendment to County Government Act. As earlier speakers, members who have spoken earlier have indicated, this law was passed to meet timeline stipulated in the Constitution, and therefore it has, from having gone through the first cycle of county government after 2013 elections, we have realized that there are a lot of gaps in the Principal Act. And therefore, having gone through these proposed amendments from the Senate, and I would like to thank the Senate for doing a fairly good job on this one, I think we need to support it. There are a number of proposed insertions which I would like to speak to. Madam Speaker, if you look at the process of, outline the process of the first sittings of the County Assembly after election, the Principal Act has been silent. Of course, some members have raised concern that indicating in the proposed amendments that the governors should be the ones convening could probably elevate governors and probably insubordinate the county assemblies who are supposed to play oversight role. But personally, I do not see any problem with that proposal. In as much as, just the same way, you know, His Excellency, the President, convenes our first sittings, that has not made us not do proper oversight over the executive at national level. And therefore, personally, my own view is that that is quite in order. And then looking at recognition of Deputy County Assembly Speaker as an office. At the moment, we have a member of County Assembly, members of County Assembly who are elected as deputy speakers in all the 47 county assemblies, but these offices are not backed by law. And therefore, the expenditures they incur, the staff they employ, for example, and so on and so forth, the Auditor General, I'm sure, must have raised concerns about the same. And therefore, it is quite in order that this office is recognized as one of the key offices in our county assemblies. And apart from recognizing, also providing clearly on how the deputy speakers could be removed as and when it becomes necessary. I think those insertions in the principal acts are quite in order. And then I would like also to speak to the amendments which relates to the office of the Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have realized that in these second county assemblies, I think the members of county assemblies in many counties are actually trying to remove their speakers. Sometimes when you look at some of the reasons that they put forward, you realize that probably they are trying to make use of the lacuna in law to try and remove the county speakers on very trivial grounds, and therefore clearly stipulating the process and how it should be done, how the motion should be brought, the number of members who are required to support the same, how the same should be communicated to the Speaker through the clerk, and the fact that the Speaker is given adequate opportunity as provided for under our Constitution to defend himself against the various allegations. I think these are very important insertions through this amendment. And therefore, it makes it very difficult for members of our county assembly to just wake up one morning, for example, and decide that we don't like this speaker, and therefore we need to remove him from the office, and so on and so forth. And then, Madam Speaker, the other important thing, which as a result of the lessons we have learned from a few misfortunes that we have suffered as a country, especially when the governors elect or governors die in office, I think we need to appreciate that as human beings, all of us will die one day. Sometimes it can come at very difficult times for families and also for voters. The only thing which we do not know is when the time and the place when we are going to die. And therefore, it is good that the law anticipates situations where governor-elects could die, and therefore what is going to happen in terms of filling the vacancy. And I think what is proposed in terms of what is going to happen is very good, where the deputy governor-elect is sworn into the office for a period of time, and then thereafter, fresh election is going to take place. I think this is a very good anticipation, which probably, we are not praying that it happens in any of our counties in future, but should it happen, then there shouldn't be a lacuna in law in terms of how to address that. The only challenge, the only thing which I think I'm not comfortable with is when it comes to the proposals for appointment of the select committee which is going to be appointed to deal with selection of members of county public service board. I do agree with earlier speakers that we seem to assume that it's only people who are in a few disciplines who are professionals, and therefore we need to rethink why a few disciplines should only be included in such committees and not people who have studied other disciplines which are equally professionals, and so on and so forth. I think the amendments, proposed amendment also have provided for us, actually address some of the gaps when it comes to dealing with the vacancies in the county executive at chief officer and CC level. For example, in the Principal Act, the only thing which was anticipated as far as the chief officers were concerned is designation by the holder of chief officer's office. But we know that a chief officer could be relieved of his or her duties as a result of quite a number of issues. It's not only on the basis of voluntary resignation, and therefore the proposed insertions in this county government amendment bill clearly provides for all the reasons how a chief officer could leave office and what is going to happen, and so on and so forth. Madam Speaker, the other important thing relates to county public service boards. I think what is proposed is going to help us as a country to make sure that Kenyans of integrity are going to be appointed to this board to run, the affairs of appointing and managing human resource for our counties. The only issue I have is what I have already said earlier, and it's with the committee which is going to be appointed to do the selection and so on and so forth. And then it also, the proposed amendments also provide us a very elaborate process on what is going to take place in terms of appointment of these Kenyans into these public service boards, and with clear timeline. What is expected of the selection committee, what is expected from the governor, and then once the governor, passes on the names to the county assembly, there are strict timelines within which each of those institutions or those units are going to facilitate the process of, the process of appointing, constituting the county public service board. We have also realized that at the moment, actually, most county public service boards are actually operating like, a unit which is under the command and control of the governors. And this has created serious issues when it comes to, discrimination on the basis of clan, on the basis of ethnic affiliation, and probably, in some cases, also on the basis of faith and so on and so forth. And therefore, professionalizing this, I think, is going to make our county public service board to adhere to the principles of fairness as stipulated in our constitution. And they are also required, actually, to make sure that they have equity plan. And it also actually gives them a legal backing to do affirmative action. If they feel that a given section or certain groups within the counties have not been given equal opportunity in the county assemblies, and they give positive discrimination in favor of those groups.
Time is over. Your time is over. And the members, we shall have 10 minutes to speak to such, bills. Then I now call upon the member for Hall Kalau, the Honorable Kiarao Juguna, and the member being the last request. From there, we will have the mover to reply. The Honorable Member for Hall Kalau, the mic. Just give him the nearest mic. Yes,
yeah, there we are. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my views on this particular bill. First and foremost, I would like to emphasize that this bill has come at no better time because of what is happening in my county, that is Nyandarua County, because, Madam Speaker, some of the issues which have been highlighted in this particular bill are actually things we are seeing them being done openly within Nyandarua County. And of particular, I would like first and foremost to comment on this issue of the three-quarter majority. This is an issue which is very critical. And Madam Speaker, the issue of, say, impeaching a speaker, I personally feel that threshold should remain at 3/4. This afternoon or this morning, what was happening in Nyandarua County, there was purported removal of our speaker, and considering the role of a speaker. The role of a speaker actually is to bring the House together, to put things in order within the county assemblies. And out of our experience, this is one issue which can be misused, and we've seen it happen. We've seen it in Makueni, we've seen it in Embu, we've seen it in Nakuru, now it's happening in Nyandarua. So I think we should make it a bit difficult to impeach a speaker, because we have seen most of these governors, actually they are getting drunk with power. And what basically their first target in most of these counties I've mentioned, and I think many more probably which have not come to the open, they usually first target the speaker, because considering the role of a speaker, I know he has a very key role to play in managing the county assemblies. So the issue of reducing it from 3/4 to 2/3, that is one issue I feel it's negative, and we should resist with all might. The other issue, this issue of making it that the governor is the one who will be convening the first meeting. This is another issue I feel, let's not give the governor those powers. Those powers should be vested to the presidency, and I feel also that is one issue which also we should resist. The other issue, Madam Speaker, which I feel is quite important, the issue of the speaker, the issue of the deputy speaker, in terms of the impeachment or how they are elected, like what happened in Nyandarua County this afternoon. Actually, some of the issues which happened, they are criminal related, and I think this is an issue which should be looked at in a deeper way, because there is no way some of these county assembly members can go and purport. They actually made up their mess. They actually, I don't know where they went and made a dress, the speaker's gown. And there they were. They came and declared they have actually done a coup. Yeah? And considering when a county government, any county government, actually reaches to these levels, the people who are suffering actually is the Wanjiko and the Mashinani. So I strongly believe when such a bill comes, we should look at it critically to make sure, with all fairness, we safeguard the interest of Wanjiko within our counties. The other issue, Madam Speaker, which I think I should mention, I think this bill should have tackled the issue of nominated MCAs, because most of these nominated MCAs, they have become gun for hire. Most of them, they are not answerable to the people direct, because no one elected them. Actually, they are selected. And in most county assemblies, I think most governors are using these nominated MCAs to achieve their ill motives. So, especially when you come to the vote, when we come to the issue of voting, I feel one element probably we should consider is that nominated MCAs, if for reason they come from one particular party, they should just have one vote. To me, that will make the county assemblies manageable, and I think that is the way to go. Madam Speaker, I really don't want to dwell. I know most speakers who have stood here and contributed to this bill, they have dwelt on most of the issues. I don't want to repeat myself, but I think, to me, what I really want to emphasize and re-emphasize, let's not make the issue of removal of a speaker just automatic. We should make it difficult, because in the first instance, that speaker was elected by those MCAs, and what happens within time, when most of these governors start seeing they cannot micromanage the speaker, the next move is how to remove him. And once you touch the seat of the speaker, once you touch the seat of the deputy speaker, and the other leaders within the county assemblies, basically what you're saying, you are left free to manage the county the way you want. I think it is our responsibility as we look at this bill to make sure it is actually in line and for the good of our people. that is in our counties. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. As I had promised.
Who ordinarily, again, majority of them are women, then we must pass the two-third gender bill. There's no shortcut about it, Honorable Engineer. It's because we could not pass the two-gender bill, then we will end up with a top-up of young, beautiful ladies who are nominated by political parties. Secondly, this bill is important because it deals with the element of putting in law.
Majority, all ladies are beautiful, young and beautiful. All ladies are beautiful.
Yeah, I'm talking about the ones of Garissa County Assembly, because those are the only ones I've seen. Those are the only ones I've never seen the ones of Nyandarua and Kakamega, but the ones of Garissa, the MCAs, the nominated MCAs. So in this bill, we are dealing with the question of putting in law the deputy speaker. And we have a case of Muranga County where the court has ruled that that seat is illegal. Two, we are dealing with how to establish the county assembly, their commencement date, and when they should sit. Then we deal with the matter of, in case a governor dies, even at governor-elect, before even he's sworn in, how we'll deal with. We deal with the issue of where governors either resign or die or are incapacitated. How do we deal with that? So there are a number of very, very important issues, and I'm sure hopefully next week we will bring this law for Committee of the Whole House, and I'm sure members must be ready with the amendments. With those many remarks, I beg to reply.
Very well. The mover begs to reply. Honorable members, guided by our standing orders and the procedures of the House, I will not be in the position to put the question to the County Government's Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 11 of 2017, and so I do direct an order that the question will be put in the next sitting at the most appropriate time. Next order.
Order number 10, the Parliamentary Service Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2018, second reading.
The Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can hold brief for the chair. He is yet to deal with the two sections of that bill. They are yet to table the report. So we will advise the House Business Committee that we deal with this matter next week.
Next week.
Yeah.
You hold in brief to the chair with his permission. Then the next order.
Order number 11, the Kenya Accreditation Service Bill, National Assembly Bill number 17 of 2018, second reading.
The leader of majority party in the House.
Madam Speaker, again, you know, I don't like, I'm a very serious guy, but my chairs are letting me down. I spoke to the chair of trade, and we agreed that we start this bill tomorrow afternoon, and now we can, with your indulgence, then we can do the Committee of the Whole House, which is a small bill, the time left before we go to this order called 0 hour. So that the Kenya Accreditation Service Bill is a very important bill, so we have agreed with the Chairman of Trade. We can deal with it tomorrow afternoon, so that now we deal with with order number 12, with your permission, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The communication and the information, and you being the owner of the bill, then so ordered and advised that this bill will be looked into tomorrow in the afternoon, of course, as it will appear in the order paper. Next order.
Order number 12, Committee of the Whole House.
Honourable members, order number 12 will be moving to the Committee of the Whole House. Honourable members, we are now in the committee of the whole house to honourable members, we are the committee of the whole house to consider the urban areas and cities amendment bill, Senate Bill number 4 of 2017.
Clause 3.
I propose question, which is that clause 3 be part of the bill. Honourable members, we have no amendments to this clause, and I therefore put the question, which is that clause 3 be part of the bill. As many as are of the opinion say aye, and as many as are contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Members, I propose a question, which is that clause 4 be part of the bill. I see an amendment by the Honourable Osoti.
Yes, Madam Speaker, this amendment is meant to give clarity because it talks about ad hoc committees, that there will be a representative from IBC. But you are aware that our constitution says a member of IBC shall not...
Honourable Osoti,
Yes.
what is, you should pronounce yourself that you're moving this amendment, clause 4, in an amended form.
Okay, Madam Speaker.
Because what is in the order paper is 4A, and what you're moving is 4.
Okay, just information that I have received an amended order paper that has clause 4, not clause 4A.
It's clause 4.
Yes.
So,
Not order paper, a new amendments.
so you are moving your in an amended
I'm moving
form.
my amendments 4, clause 4.
Okay.
So that to give clarity,
The Honourable, just one moment, the Honourable Osoti, the Honourable Leader of Majority.
Honourable Oti's amendment is clause 4A, as per the order paper. So you address yourself to 4A. Anything short of that, you are taking us to something we don't know. In the order paper, it says clause 4A. Yeah.
Madam
Yes, I'm
Speaker.
guided, yes, as the Leader of Majority says, but what we need to recognize and remember is that in our, the original bill, it's 4, and the amendment is 4A. So you are moving the clause 4, as you say, in an amended form.
Yes.
Okay.
So, Madam Speaker, I beg to move the amendment on clause 4 as contained in the order paper, and that by inserting the words not being a member of the Independent Electoral and Boundary Commission, immediately after the word commission in paragraph A. The justification is, in the bill, it talks about a representative of the IEBC. Now, that is not clear because we know our constitution talks about a member of IEBC, implying a commissioner. Now, the same constitution says a member of the IEBC shall not perform any other public office. So we need to give clarity that this representative is not a member of IEBC. That means he's not a commissioner of IEBC.
Yeah, just restate your import for this for members to understand, because we get a vote on this.
Madam Speaker, let me re-emphasize this point, that the bill talks about ad hoc committees, where the chair of those ad hoc committees will be a representative of IEBC. Now, a representative is very vague. It can be anyone. It can be a commissioner of IEBC. It can be a staff of IEBC. Ad hoc committees.
The ad hoc committee.
The ad hoc committees for cities, for municipalities, for market centers. So we need to give clarity that this representative shall not be a member of the commission as per the constitution. Because if it is a member of the commission, then this will be an illegality, because the constitution says a member of a commission, IEBC, shall not hold another public office. So we need to be very clear that who is this representative. It can be any other representative, either staff or a person appointed by IEBC, but not a member of the commission.
Then with that, allow me propose a question. I propose a question, which is that clause 4 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Osotsi. And I open it to the Honorable Chris Omar.
The committee of the whole house is when we make laws. I'm not sure whether Honorable Source's amendment is in order. Because what he's trying to put across, and it's obvious, that's why we are looking for the original bill, so that we'll be able to understand, is it true? Because we do know very well that the independent IBC commission, they should not be anywhere, it's automatic. So from what he's saying, it's like the original bill is saying, yeah, so that issue, that confusion, we need that clarification before we move in for purposes of voting. Unless that one is cleared. Yeah, maybe can clarify.
No, you know, for the amendment to be the asset of the House now, Honorable Chris Wamalo, well, from where I am, I must propose. Okay. And what is, so that we can, as a House, negate, because you can only debate on it.
Okay, yeah.
And what is trying to move, which I'll now throw after proposing the question to the House, is that it's trying to amend clause 4 at the proposed 4A3, which says a representative of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, who shall be the chairperson. What they is trying to add, and the House should take note on this before they vote or debate on it, is that by inserting the words not being a member of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, then immediately after the word commission. So that is his import. And so I want to propose the House and the honorable members having the original, yes. No, the honorable was raising on a point of order, which at least it was good to listen to him. There was nothing of order I actually proposed. So since we have clarified that, allow me now give the leader of majority, that's the first one, to speak to it.
Chair, thank you very much. And I want Honorable Sochi to listen to me. Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. So the current commissions of IBC also have a function when it comes to delineation of boundaries. And if you look at that, that is why he's given the chair. It's not a staff, it's a commissioner. That's why we have. In fact, one of the functions of current commission is to conduct boundary review. So we will not change it to a staff, it's a commission. So the commission, out of the 7 members, they will form a subcommittee of the commission that will deal with the delimitation of boundaries. So now what are we dealing with in this bill? We're dealing with the creation of cities and urban centers, which is about boundaries. So I really want to ask Honorable Tsotsi, you are right, but it's a function of this IEBC to do boundary delimitation. So it is in order. I oppose.
You oppose. Let me give now to the Honorable Wakungu Wamalwa Kiminini, and this is how we make laws in the House. The members.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Chair. Madam Chair, indeed, I've consulted Honorable Sosi, and what the majority leader, what he's doing is true. And I've always said majority leader is always very keen. At a time like this, when members have already gone, he's always here. And this is the section that we make the law. So when you look at the IBC Act, one of the critical functions of IBC actually is the review of boundaries. And the bill, the way it is actually in order. That these people, because one of their key responsibilities to do this, one of the commissioners must be in that particular committee. Because absolute and is the chair. So I'm sure with that clarification, my friend Honorable Sosi, after we've consulted, obviously I think he's going to withdraw that. Thank you.
That is the member, and actually this is how we make laws in the House. Let me have the member for Funyula Oundo Ojiambo to speak to this.
Chair, I stand to support Honorable Sose's amendments, and I want to draw attention to the House to Article 88 of the Constitution. And it's categorical: a member of the Commission shall not hold another public office. That is number 88 to, 3. Just let's be, now when it comes to its role of a delineation of boundaries or electoral units, again, the plain reading of the Constitution seems to suggest their roles could only be limited in determining electoral areas. And Article 89 2 reads very clear that the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission shall review the names and boundaries of constituencies at intervals of not less than 8 years and not more than 12 years. Then number 3, the Commission shall review the number and names of boundaries and wards periodically. At no single time is there any reference, and I stand to be guided, to city boundaries, administrative boundaries within the county governments. I stand to be guided, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I give it to the member for Pokot South before I give it back to maybe the Osoti Godfrey Mweshimiwa to see if he's going to do. Yes, let's hear from the member for
I thank you, Madam Speaker. But what I agree with my leader of majority, that this is an issue of the elimination of boundaries. And I want to draw his attention, or your attention, Madam Speaker, to the Constitution. When it comes to the role of Electoral Commission, they actually supervise the limitation of boundaries. And particularly, what maybe Dr. has not read is about counties. And remember, these urban centers, Madam Speaker, if you look at the bill itself, because this is our bill, if you look at the bill itself, the delimitation of town centers and urban centers might even overlap, Madam Speaker, or close to another county. That way, you require Electoral Commission to oversee that kind of delimitation. You cannot avoid, because that is the primary responsibility. Number 2, Madam Speaker, where I'm opposing, and I wish you would listen to me, is that is, again, another very serious issue. You know, if you want to accept that amendment,
the Honorable Osoti should also, as you consult, should also be listening, so that, because already the amendment has already been proposed.
Yeah, I think Honorable Osoti has had, that, you know, when it can cross to another county, of course, that's the role of Electoral Commission. And that is why they are brought here. But I think more important is that when you talk about removal of Electoral Commission at this level, and particularly at this committee of the whole House, it is a fundamental issue that somebody might ask, then we should have gone for public participation. And public participation is done through the committee. Therefore, it's again dangerous, because if we remove it here, and remember, Madam Speaker, this bill had undergone a lot of processes. It's a Senate bill. Senate did public participation. We also did public participation, Madam Speaker. So when you are raising a very critical matter at this stage, it is dangerous. And if it can go like that, it can also be challenged. But I want to remind my good brother that when it comes to counties, of course, that's where Electoral Commission comes in. And some of these towns and urban centers might even close to another county.
Okay.
And that is why Electoral Commission is very critical.
Okay. I even saw now the leader of majority consulting with the Honorable Osoti, and it being the asset of the House. It's either Honorable Osoti, either put the question at the end, or the Honorable Osoti withdraws. But before that, let me give the leader of majority. You may inform the House maybe what you.
Madam Chair, and I want to make it further. I want to go unanswered. The only body that can alter boundaries is IEBC. You know that even members of parliament who think provincial administration can alter boundaries. The only body in the constitution that can write its report for the president to sign is IEBC. So here, what are we saying? There is no way you want to create Makueni as a city without not touching on constituency. We are not touching on a ward. I mean, these cities you are creating, you are not creating them in a mass. You are creating them in our constituencies. And that is why in this bill, the IBC commissioner is given the chair. Not even the minister in charge of this, of transport. So I really want Honorable Osoti. He's a good guy, you know. We don't want to go to vote Just withdraw so that we move.
Thank you. Now, listening to the members contributing to this, let me give it now to the Honorable Osoti. As you try to inform us, either you are convinced either to withdraw, or I do let now put the question to the House. Honorable Osoti.
Madam Speaker, I think before I withdraw, I now have the bill before me, and I need your guidance on this. What informed my amendments is when you read through the bill, 4A, it says, under 1, delineation of boundaries, urban areas, and cities may be initiated by the Cabinet Secretary or the relevant county government making a written request to the Cabinet Secretary to appoint the ad hoc committee in a manner provided under subsection 2. Then you go to the third part of it. The ad hoc committee appointed by the Cabinet Secretary under subsection 2 shall comprise of a representative of IBC who shall be the chairperson. Now, if you go further, and clause 10B, it now gives that 10B, it gives that power of delineation of boundaries of a market to a county government. Substituting, therefore, the following new paragraph A. A either has, first part, a population of at least 250,000 residents according to the final
Maybe
Gazette.
you can just tell us as per the order paper, and then now you give us
As
the
per the
inputs.
order paper.
And then give us your input on this.
The import of this, Madam Speaker, is that the bill proposes the criteria for determination of cities and seems to put a lot of premium on the population and not other factors. We know there are cities in this world which have less than 250,000 people, but they are cities. For example, Madam Speaker, we have specialized cities, specialized for various aspects. Technology cities, like in Kenya, we are now going to construct Konza City. Konza City is unlikely to have 250,000 people. We have a city like Geneva, for example. Geneva is one of the largest financial cities and diplomatic cities globally. But most of the people who are in Geneva, they don't stay in Geneva. They stay in France, others stay in Germany. So if we limit determination of cities on the basis of population alone, then we will be retarding development. And I'm worried as an ICT expert that Konza City, which is a technology city, may not take off if this is going to be the only basis, that population. We have cities for specialized things like medical. We have cities for tourism. We have cities for various other specialized.
Just summarize your inputs.
So my proposal is that we should also consider these unique and specialized essential services, which can also be the basis of determination of a city.
Okay. Honourable members, having listened to the inputs to the amendment of clause number 5, propose the question, which is that clause 5 be amended as proposed by Honourable Osoti. The leader of majority.
Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, I oppose.
You oppose, you propose?
I oppose the amendment. And the reason is this. We want to create cities. Population is one of the biggest criteria. If we go to Konza, when we need Konza to be a city, we will look at Konza in its own unique ways. But if we amend this thing just because of Konza, then some people will use villages to turn into cities. Yeah, so the criteria is the population. So what we are saying is, when it comes to Konza as a special city, then we as a house or anybody can amend the law, but right now you can use Konza as a blanket. And I really want Honorable Otsesi to listen to me, because when we want to create cities, population all over, is a very key factor. Next is land. Third is the specialized element you have talked about. But how do we, how do we save people to use the specialized cities to create other cities? From where I sit, I oppose.
The member for Court South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand to oppose this amendment from my good brother. And I think the bigger reason why I'm doing so, Madam Speaker, is that maybe my honorable member has forgotten that the cities we are creating in this law are also development units. Yes. And when they're development units, you need to share resources fairly. If you look at the Constitution says that we have to see what we call fair distribution of resources in terms of geographical representation. One way of sharing resources, Madam Speaker, is population. So you cannot rule population in terms of when you're doing cities. And these are not, Madam Speaker, these are not techno-cities. Maybe that's the problem with ICT persons. They might be thinking these are techno-cities where you go and map up a center and make it a kind of offices. This is, and that is why, Madam Speaker, I had proposed earlier, before we go there. In our committee, we saw that because they are developmental units, we need to create a fund or some money to make those units develop. But because of that, Madam Speaker, I want to remind my friend that these are development units and it should be equal to the country. Otherwise, if you don't do that, Madam Speaker, you know what? Every market center will be saying that they are cities because they want resources, Madam Speaker. We will actually kill the country.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think I stand to support Honorable Osotsi in this amendment. And the reasoning which I've had, you can't negate, in terms of developmental units, the role of ICT has driven Kenya into a middle-level economy. As such, we already have prescribed ways. It's not automatic. They still have to make individual cases which will be brought in. And to look and try and negate that Konza has to grow to become a city, there are particular services and allocations which have to be given to be able to support and grow it. And such, I want to implore, actually urge the House to embrace this new concept and where we're going. Majority leader, and we must progress. So I thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah. All right, members, allow me to put the question. I've listened to the contributions, of course, and we have, make a vote based on the imports from the mover of the amendment. Members, I put the question, which is that clause 5 be amended as proposed by Honorable G. Osoti. Will as many as are of this opinion say aye? Aye. And as many as the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. And members, I put the question to the clause, which is that clause 5 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of this opinion say aye? Aye. And as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 6, 7, 8, and 9.
I propose a question which is that clauses 6, 7, 8, and 9 be part of the bill. Other members, I see no amendment to those clauses, and I therefore put the question which is that clauses 6, 7, 8, and 9 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of this opinion say aye? Aye. Oh, down, honorable members. I can only hear aye from the leader of majority and another very faint aye. But of course, allow me with the question now that you know the process, which is that clause 6, 7, 8, and 9 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of this opinion say aye? Aye. And as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next clause.
Clause 10.
I propose a question which is that clause 10 be part of the bill. Honorable D. Kosing, you got an amendment to this?
Madam Speaker, after consultation, I had done this one earlier, so I'm withdrawing my amendments.
Following is, consultations, it is in record that Honorable D. Kosing has withdrawn his amendment on clause 10. And I therefore put the question, which is that clause 10 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of this opinion say aye? Aye. And as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next clause.
Clauses 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17.
Honourable members, I propose a question which is that clauses 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17 be part of the bill. Honourable members, I see no amendments to these clauses, and I therefore move to put the question, which is that clauses 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of this say aye? And as many as the contrary say nay? Members, the ayes have it.
Clause 18.
I propose a question which the clause 18 be part of the bill. Amendment by Honorable D. Kosing.
Again, for the earlier reasons, Madam Speaker, I withdraw this amendment.
It's in the record, members, that the amendment to clause number 18 has been withdrawn by the Honorable D. Kosing. And so I do move to put the question, which is that clause 18 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of this opinion say aye? And as many as are contrary opinion say nay? Members, the ayes have it. Next.
Clause 19.
Members, I propose a question, which is that clause 19 be part of the bill. There is a proposed amendment by the Honorable Osoti.
Madam Speaker, I beg.
And other members, consulting from the class before you move, you must also pronounce your other members. There was, it was in our order paper, it's put as first schedule, while it is actually clause 19. Members, for your information, clause 19. Clause 19, I think it was typing there. So, Honorable Osot, pronounce yourself to that so that members
Madam
can be
Speaker,
guided.
I beg to move amendments on clause 19. The basis of this amendment, Madam Speaker, in the first schedule, list of services for the cities, it left out critical service, information, communication, and technology service, and telecommunication services. The gist of this amendment is that we have a serious problem in managing ICT infrastructure in cities. We have challenges with the way we live and all those things, and I think it's important is ICT services and the telecommunication service.
Okay. Honourable members, I propose a question, which is that clause 19 be move to put the question, which is that clause 19 be amended as proposed by the Honorable G. Osoti. Will as many as are of this opinion say aye? And as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I move to put the question, which is that clause 19 be, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as are of this opinion say aye? And as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 18A.
Now, members, we are on the new clauses, and I therefore propose a question, which is that new clause 18A be part. Be part of the bill. Then I call the mover now to move your second reading, the Honorable D. Kosing. Yeah, not the ones you have withdrawn, Honorable Kosing. We are on
Yeah,
new
let me be on
clause
record that again I withdraw. And the reason, Madam Speaker, I think because Madam Chair, because maybe the people might not understand why. It is because it will make it a money bill, and that's why we have actually withdrawn. Otherwise, it's going to delay, and that is why I added, Madam Speaker, and Madam Chair, and I want to add it again, that when we are fast-tracking the Senate bills, they also need to reciprocate on the other side. So that's the reason, Madam Speaker.
Okay, that is your input. Honourable members, I propose, honourable members, I'm not proposing. It is in record that new clause 18A amendment as proposed by the Honourable D. Kosing has withdrawn it. And so I put the question, it is actually because it's a new clause. Next.
New clause 18B.
I propose the question, which is that new clause 18B be part of the bill. Again, Honourable Kosing.
I withdraw.
No, you cannot just for the same reason. Anyway, the proposed amendment by Honorable Diko Singh has been withdrawn. It's in record.
Clause 2.
I propose a question which is that clause 2 be part of the bill. No amendment to this, and I move to put the question which is that clause 2 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of this opinion say aye? And as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Where are you now? Because we have already moved from clause 2. At clause 2. Yes, just give him.
What I wanted to say, what Honorable Proceedings said, it is indeed critical, important that the Senate must be able to expedite from our side as a way of reciprocating. But now he's been withdrawing all the proposed amendments. This is a wastage of the time, Mr. Madam Chair. So I know that he has, it's at his discretion to do that. But next time, you must think through so that you don't waste our time.
Honorable Chris Amala, Honorable Chris Amala, allow me to give a house because these were amendments by the. No, I will not give a debate on this, but allow me just say that these haven't been Honorable Kosing's, amendments. You could have been all these other withdrawals have been guided by the first withdrawal, So absolutely, I hear him say absolutely from where I sit. Yes, so it's in order. It's quite in order. Yes.
Title.
I propose a question which is that the title be the title of the bill. No amendment to the title, and I move to put the question which is that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many as are of this and as many as are of contrary opinion say nay, the ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose a question which is that clause 1 be part of the bill. No amendment to clause 1, and members, I put the question which is that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of this opinion say aye? And as many as of contrary opinion say nay? Members, the ayes have it. Honorable members, I want to call the mover to move the reporting.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move. I saw the honor of the happy, the honor of the 0 hour. Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Urban Areas and Cities Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 4 of 2017, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Thank you for moving the reporting. Honourable members, I put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its considerations of the Urban Areas and Cities Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 4 of 2017, and approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as are of this opinion say aye? And as many as of contrary opinion say nay? Members, the ayes have it. Very well, honourable members. I call the chairperson to report to the House. Keep it, Honourable Kosing, you are reporting to the House.
Yeah. Honourable Speaker, I beg to report that the committee of the whole House has considered the Urban Areas and Cities Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 4 of 2017, and approved the same with amendments.
Very well. Then the mover of the bill to move agreement with the report.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I request Honorable Chris Wamalwa, the minority leader and the incoming Inshallah Governor of Trans Nzoia, to second the motion for agreement with the report of the committee of the whole House.
Those big names.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and indeed, inshallah, God willing, I'm the Governor of Trans Nzoia 2022, God willing. I second.
You second.
Yes.
No, it's seconding, and the agreement with the reports. Members, I propose the question for adoption, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. And again, Honorable Leader of Majority and my honorable members, from where I sit and circumstances, I'm not in a position to put the question to the Urban Areas and Cities Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 4 of 2017, Committee of the Whole House, and therefore I do order that the same will be done as it will be stipulated in our order paper. Next. Yes, honorable members, as it had been communicated from the speaker before, that at this hour we will have the 0 hour. And most of the members call it happy hour. It's not a happy hour. In our standing orders, it's 0 hour. Yes, the member to move. Yeah, it's for 3 minutes, Honorable Duale.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I had moved, and because of the time, Madam Speaker, I want to refer to the Hansard while moving and requesting for the 0 hour. Madam Speaker, the reason why I brought this statement, Madam Speaker, is really very pathetic situation. And Madam Speaker, the Wazes we are talking about who are meant to be beneficiaries of this fund are Wazes who are 70 years plus. And 70 years plus means some would even be 90, those who are blessed to go beyond the 80 mark, the 80-year mark. Some are even 97, some are actually nearing their end time. And Madam Speaker, every weekend when I'm visiting my constituency, and I'm sure many of other colleagues of mine do, I find cases of these Wazes who have not been paid at home, wanting to find more from me because they assume that as a member of parliament, I will know exactly what is happening. Madam Speaker, maybe for the sake of members, the system was made such that there is only one paying station in a constituency. And you will find that, especially giving my constituency as an example, the farthest point is like about 15, 20 kilometers away. I know we have other constituencies that are worse. But then you find that these old mamas and wazes who have to come once in a month to collect money, the 2,000 shillings that the government has graciously extended to them for their support, you find they come and they don't find anything. The reason why, we don't know. Some of the clerks who pay them request them to put their fingerprints. And the system, electronic system, I am told it will indicate the correct identification of the mzee or the mama who is meant to be benefiting. And then the clerk, the paying officer, will tell mama, this month you are not going to get anything because the money has not been sent. When the old lady goes back home, she has to come the next month without anything. She first of all goes back home and then wait for another month to come back to be told that the allocation for the last month was not there and she will never get, so she has to contend with what is current. Madam Speaker, I know that the government means well for our wazes. And I also know that the government cannot budget for 1 month and skip the other months. I know that there could be a problem that can be solved. These wazes we are talking about, and I want to request, Madam Speaker, that you extend a bit of the 3 minutes allocated to 5 so that I can elaborately put the background of this so that then we can allow other members to ventilate, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, these wazes, because out of old age, some of them are suffering from diabetes. Some of them are suffering from asthma, pressure, arthritis, and all this manner of diseases, Madam Speaker. A disease like diabetes, if you were queuing and you don't find anything to eat the whole day like they do, chances of them even collapsing on the queue are there. And to make it worse, that at the end of the day, they've gotten nothing, and they have to walk the whole way back home. Madam Speaker, because of time, I just want to request, and I am going to request the House, after we have put this statement, that out of the questions that members have asked, we want to move this to another level where we will have to move a motion, where we will then have to get a statement from the relevant minister to respond to us and tell us exactly what's happening. But what I want to request is that the minister should be proactive to see to it that this money meant for these wazes is received, and that I also request the DCI, DPP, and the EACC to counter-check and see whether it is true that the monies that these wazes are not getting is actually not have been sent.
Yes, your time is over. You know you are a leader, and being a leader, you know, you're not. but you communicated. Actually, you communicated. Yes, and since it was his own, 0 hour, movement, I do give the first one to only Sankok David. And members, please let us also. This is a motion. Oh, I have not seen. Yeah, the first one. Honorable Sankok, you're going to be the first one. I don't want to fight with you to fight with the leader majority. Thank you. Thank you, leader. Thank you, leader of majority. We recognize your priority in speaking. But Honorable Sankok.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the leader for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, this issue of cash transfer is a thorn in our flesh, despite the fact that the government had very good intention for the older persons of our society. Because older persons of our society have been neglected, some of our citizens have migrated to the city, leaving them in abject poverty. But the government had very good intention. And Madam Speaker, imagine 30 billion Kenya shillings that is only meant for food alone. Because all those that are in cash transfer.
Before you carry on, members, the mover had 3 minutes. I direct that we use only 2 minutes, so that, because I have many requests that we speak to this. Yes, carry on.
If you imagine of 30 billion that is only meant for food, because the rest, all those who are in cash transfer are given NHIF cover. So in hospital, they have been covered. So 30 billion could have brought a lot of impact in our country if it was sent on time and sent to the relevant persons. But Madam Speaker, some rogue clerks are corrupt and they are actually stealing this money. There is a case in Samburu in which somebody had a balance of 20,000 Kenya shillings. When he came to the paying center, he was told to sign a piece of paper and he was given 8,000 Kenya shillings. When I asked him that you are supposed to get 20,000 Kenya shillings, he said, in Kiswahili, if I may quote him, hii pesa ni ya bure, kwa hivyo wacha tu niende na hii, lakini yangu ilikuwa 20,000 Kenya shillings. So these people are using these loopholes to steal. And Madam Speaker, all those clerks who have been stealing from the Ministry of Labor have been having very many excuses as to why they cannot send this money through mobile cash transfer. Because through mobile cash transfer, we'll cut on transport, we'll cut on making our older person look like supplicants seeking a favor, look like beggars, or lining up on the scorching sun, lining up on rainy days. So, Madam Speaker, they have been using this idea that they don't trust even caretakers. So, can we trust a relative, a brother, a sister? Or can we not, we will trust somebody, a clerk, who have no relation with that particular individual? These older persons have been taken care of by those relatives. So for me, I propose that there is cash transfer to all those older persons, severely disabled persons, and vulnerable children, so that they can receive their money.
Very well. Their money on their bedroom. Is that what you said? Yes. Very well. Yes. Let me give now the member for Garissa. As usual, you usually have more time. You can use your 3 minutes, Honorable Leader.
Madam Speaker, I really want to thank the Jubilee administration under the leadership of President Uhuru Kenyatta that introduced cash transfer for our elderly members in the society. A society that will not take care of its elderly is a doomed society. From my background, from my culture. And this house has budgeted the money. So the question is, we need to call the men and women who run that cash transfer for our elderly people. They must come and account to the people. And this story of, Madam Speaker, of mobile transfer, some of the elders even don't know how to operate an M-Pesa account. So we must find a way of giving this money to them. And even give them extra universal health care insurance policy. This morning, I was reading, of course, they have a big economy. The president of Turkey has said anybody above 65 years of age will get $300 every month, will get free medical insurance, and they will be given free housing. That is where we want Kenya to go in the future, and it's possible. So I think we should not receive the curse of our elderly. They are in the villages, they are undergoing serious malnutrition, health complications, they have no houses, they live in the sun. When it rains in some parts of Western, where my friend comes from, Honorable Majority Whip, there's too much rain. I saw him and the DP going for a cup of tea somewhere. You should have carried the few elders who are around there. You know, I'm told you gave that lady 100,000. She must be very rich. But you should have carried 2 elders. I'm sure there were 2 elders who are rained on. So next time, please do not make sure you carry elders, because the DP does not know it is you and the speaker and the rest. No, we did. Don't have tea alone. We did. Yeah, no, I didn't see in the photos that is circulating. Honorable Speaker, you know my whip, I saw him having mandazi and tea, but I didn't see any poor person around there. And I'm sure in that village there are poor people. So it's just the story of Jubilee, yeah, that wengine wanakula nyama na wengine wanataka. So yeah, that story should end. That is not a Jubilee story. Our story is we want to take care of the elderly. And I'm sure, and thank my leader for bringing this agenda to the House, but we must not leave it here at 0 hour. We must call the men and women in charge to come to the House and answer questions.
Very true. Very well. The leader from the other side, President, Honorable Kimi, Nini, member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the elderly, they are vulnerable people. It is a wonderful idea that the Jubilee brought in terms of giving cash transfer to the elderly, Mr. Speaker. But on our national side, we had made it even better, Madam Speaker. We had not only talked about the elderly, we had also included the single mothers, Madam Speaker, who cannot manage to raise the children, whereby their fathers have decided to take off, Madam Speaker. However, I wish, Madam Speaker, as we move on, we should be able to incorporate even the single mothers as far as the National Manifesto is concerned. And now that we have a handshake, I think it's the highest time that we should borrow from each other. And Madam Speaker, this cash transfer, elderly are using 500 to and fro. Already 1,000 is gone. It becomes useless when you are going to get that money, Madam Speaker. We should do and think outside the box. Maybe if a cash transfer can be done through the mobile phone, it can be the best, Madam Speaker. You get your money in your own kitchen, Madam Speaker. As we move on, when we want to operationalize this executive direction, we must come up with a bill, not even just a motion, Madam Speaker. I want to request Honorable Oshali to move, because I had started drafting something on the elderly cash transfer. Once we have a bill, it is going to have an effect when it comes to issues of transfer. And in case of any delay, we are going to put into consideration the time value of money, so that when money has delayed within that month, you go to another month, you put maybe a 2 or 3% interest rate. We can only do that if we have a bill. So let's move quickly. Let's have a bill, not go to the motion. We've always done motions that to resolve or to urge. And I heard one time Honorable Duale said, we are wasting parliamentary time of urging the government. Let's move quickly with the bill, because as he clearly puts it, these elderly are vulnerable. They are diabetic, they have marasmus, they are hypertensive, they are more vulnerable, Madam Speaker, so that even cash transfer before it's given, they should also be given NHIF And this is in line with the Jubilee Manifesto of Universal Healthcare, Madam Speaker, and we want to come to make this one true. Thank you, Mr. Washari, for bringing this as we move on, and we celebrate this handshake so that there is peace and we move forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and your support.
Very well. I give the floor to Member for Molo, Kimani Kuria.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to contribute on this motion. And we cannot overemphasize, Madam Speaker, the time value of money. Every time you get cleared to submit any of your dues to government, be it when you are submitting your NHIF or NSSF or KRA tax or anything, there is a tax, there is an interest that you pay. But our parents, our grandparents, that old man, that old woman in Mariashoni or Molo or Elbagon or Garissa or wherever else in this country, their payments get delayed, they have medicine to pay, they have food that they need to buy, and they end up suffering, Madam Speaker. This fund that's supposed to go to these elderly people, Madam Speaker, should not be a punishment. These women, old women and men, queue for long hours. And it has been raised here. If we can pay so many services via M-Pesa, by mobile transfer, why can't these, our old men and women, be paid via these mobile transfer services? But you have them queuing every time. We have them spending the whole day in the scorching sun. And some of them, as someone said, are diabetic, they're sick. They can hardly stand in the queue. And lastly, Madam Speaker, there is a list after, when the Jubilee government came in, we say that everyone above a particular age. There's a list that was taken in the last few months. But Madam Speaker, when you go to those offices to check what happened to those names that were taken in Nairobi, every time we are told that, I quote, haya majina hayajarudishwa kutoka Nairobi. That means in the registration, those who were captured, most of that data has not been returned back to the people, and therefore they are not accessing this money. You know, and this, Madam Speaker, can easily be called as discrimination. Because if you're a particular age, you're supposed to get this, this allowance. So why is it getting to others and not others? And it only points to one thing, that just like many other government projects, very good vision, even budgetary allocation, but somebody somewhere ends up slipping on the job, our parents end up suffering, and this needs to end. And I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Let's hear from the chairperson, the member for Bura.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, may I take this opportunity to thank Madam Speaker.
You should remind the members you're the chairperson for it.
Thank you. May I take this opportunity to thank the mover of this motion, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just to remind the House, on 20th February, there was a petition by Honorable Leto Imanga, which was tabled on the floor of the House. And based on that, Madam Speaker, we visited 6 counties to assess the flaws in implementation of this particular fund, Madam Speaker. From the onset, Madam Speaker, let me also thank the Jubilee government. Madam Speaker, last financial year, there was 25 billion shillings to take care of the vulnerable in our societies. Madam Speaker, despite the funding, there are gaps in terms of legal framework, Madam Speaker. Why am I saying this, Madam Speaker? The Social Assistance Act of 2013 have not been repealed, yet it has not been implemented too. Then, based on this, Madam Speaker, as a committee, we decided to move a motion to address all these gaps, Madam Speaker. And then I'm appealing to each and every member of this House to support that bill so as to address the gaps in implementation of this fund is concerned. Madam Speaker, the report is with the House. We have already tabled the report. I will ask members to read this report. Most of the issues raised by Hon Washiali has been addressed in that report, Madam Speaker. Let him go through that report. He can decide after reading the report if he still needs to move to the next level. Madam Speaker, there are gaps, I agree. There are gaps, but things are not as gloomy as they were before. Initially, the elderly used to use a card. Now they are using an account. And they are allowed a number of times to withdraw from their bank account, unlike before when they used to queue and use a card. The radius have been reduced because service providers are now 4. Before they were 2, but now there are 4 banks who are who are giving that service to the Kenyan population, Madam Speaker. It was raised by Mheshimiwa Songok that mobile transfer, I don't know if that is the best, because based on our analysis in different counties we have gone, there are some areas which have no network coverage, and if our elderly will rely on mobile cash transfer, some of them will not be accessed. Madam Speaker, there are gaps in law. We have already.
Is he on mic? But just give him one, because being the chair, just one, because, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the gaps raised by Hon Washiali, we have addressed in the report. We are in the process of bringing a bill to solve those issues once and for all. Are appealing for the membership to support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm sure you'll be of importance to the Honorable Washiala as he moves to the next step. The nominated member, Gati Danita.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Madam Speaker, allow me, first of all, on this one, to really thank the Jubilee government. Madam Speaker, this is the best gift that the Jubilee government gave to our people, to cushion our people. Madam Speaker, for that, I really want to thank. Madam Speaker, I wanted to suggest, Madam Speaker, and I really want to say that if these are problems, there seems to be problem, Madam Speaker, having one center to receive this money for the older persons, Madam Speaker, having one paying center in every constituency, Madam Speaker, is not feasible. Madam Speaker, we could add more centers in that constituency. Madam Speaker, we could actually even have the tallying center. We have the tallying centers where our people go to verify themselves and even put their votes and do their votes. Why can't we also capitalize on using these tallying centers to be paying out centers for these older people? Madam Speaker, those people can actually walk there, they receive their pay. It has always been a problem, Madam Speaker. We have to sensitize these clerks. And Madam Speaker, I want to ask the committee to investigate these clerks and these DSDOs, these people who are found down there, the district, gender, social service, those people, Madam Speaker, have to be also investigated and the capacity built on how these funds can be given to our people. Madam Speaker, the older generation, we have widows, we have orphans and vulnerable children, we have vulnerable groups that, Madam Speaker, we take care of. These are people who should receive this money, the older person's cash transfer. Madam Speaker, the intention is good. The intention is extremely good. We need to cushion our people economically. We need to cushion our people, Madam Speaker, because you find most of these households even are actually headed by women who are widows, who are single women. Madam Speaker, those are women who are currently holding households, and they're leading households, Madam Speaker, and people with disabilities. Madam Speaker, those are vulnerable groups. We need to make sure that the committee also brings out those discussions, Madam Speaker, to even convert our polling stations, the schools where people go to vote, Madam Speaker. The older persons can easily walk there and easily carry their pay. Madam Speaker, I wish to give my comment.
Thank you. I'm trying to trace this member. I think he has just left. The member for Samburu East? He has left. Oh, he's Honorable Leader of Majority. Your members is actually one of the members.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Lekumontare Jackson.
No, I'm Lekumontare. Madam Speaker, I want to say our elderly people are suffering. We are saying that the government has done something very good. But Madam Speaker, in reality, we have lost very many elderly people through this process. And surely in my constituency, those elderly people, some of them, when they came, they are coming using the motorbikes. You can imagine hiring a motorbike, you pay 1,500 and you are coming for 2,000. Madam Speaker, these people are suffering. And I think, because I have visited those centers severally, it could be maybe those people who are paying the elderly people, there is a lot of corruption there, Madam Speaker. And if we are not careful, then I used to say that they are taking 50% of the money. And I don't know why they are lacking the formula to pay them. Because when they are putting the fingerprint, very many of these elderly people are told that your fingers cannot be read using this. If we have an alternative way of maybe voting, why don't we have an alternative when it comes to payment of these people? Because it is very pathetic when they come and they go again back without money. So, Madam Speaker, this is a time we have to surely hold some people accountable. Because if the government has given the money, there is nothing which is working of these people. Even the NHF, they are not able to access the services, although they are deducting some amounts, but the cards do not function. So, Madam Speaker, we have to hold those people accountable. Even the banks which are paying, they have to do something because our people are suffering. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Then I give 1 minute to member for Vinyula. 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I must be grateful to my senior colleague, Mheshimiwa Ashali, but I'm just amused. As they say, the rich also cry. I thought this was an isolated problem in the so-called opposition zones that were denied these services. But nevertheless, thanks a lot for bringing this motion. We have got horrifying stories of our people. It has gotten to a point I was all actually considering looking for transport to be transporting these elderly people to collection centers because the kind of embarrassment and suffering they go through is not worth it. We need to improve on the situation, and I think the committee and the ministry will do all that it can to improve the situation. Thank you.
Thank you. We do appreciate the zero-hour statement by the Honorable Washiali, which is applying to every other constituency. Honorable members, the time being 7:02 p.m., this House stands adjourned till the Wednesday, 7th November 2018 at 9:30 a.m. So ordered, and I thank you.